double time. Surely. Too hyped to go normal time, okay? 5 minutes is too long. I don't know why I set the timer so wrong, you know? But we're speedrunning it now. Oh, well, I should be a DJ. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, what a nice fade out. How is everyone doing today? And by everyone, I mean the 2 people watching, but there will be more. There is always more. Shout out to Thumping Weevil, who came back. So God bless you, Thumping Weevil. At least you're back for now, you know. You haven't palled up. I just realized I don't have my shades on. I'm not hiding my baby blues. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me get those on real fast, or this ring light is gonna be bugging my eyes, okay? You know, oh Jesus, you try to hide your eyes from people and then you accidentally go live. Fucking Christ. I was like, why is everything so bright in here? I'm like, everything is like so bright all of a sudden. Like, did all my lights just get like collectively brighter? But no. Confluence just had a fashion misstep, you know? Need the aviators to really reflect the ring light. So I look like an alien. Okay. Today we have, I just saw this. I can't believe I didn't see this. This is like 1 or 2 days old. Hasan Piker. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm a bit dyslexic. Hasan Piker went on a Triggernometry podcast, which is crazy because Hasan Piker does not usually go into adversarial spaces. And I'm not saying Triggernometry is like ultra omni-goated or anything, but they usually do have pushback, and Hasan usually will avoid having to explain any of his arguments at all. And Thumping Weevil, yes, I am like very much blind with that. So these are prescription aviators. So yes, I'm very much blind without my glasses. I'm not going to be, you think I'm that socialist coded that I'd be wearing like fake Hasan type glasses, which I think Hasan's are fake, or at least they were. They might be real now. I mean, he's getting older, you know, vision deteriorates over time. But anyway, I don't know if you guys know the Triggernometry podcast. It's hosted by a guy named Konstantin something, and he's pretty cool. Big Soda says there's Big Soda. 07's Big Soda. Big Soda says he's not super based, but I think he's based enough to take on Hasan Piker, okay? He's based enough. You know, the bar to be based enough to take on Hasan Piker surely is not that high. And Triggernometry will meet that bar. I have faith. Always be trusting, okay? Speaking of, where is K2? But that's an aside. So yeah, okay, panel is in the description. I'm just saying, Big Soda, Thumping Weevil, you know, Frankie, if you're out there, you know, Frankie, my man. Frankie. Me and Frankie, you know, and Thumping, we have a private Facebook message. I'm just going to always brag about this at any given moment. We're in a private Facebook message group. It's very exclusive. It's just the 3 of us. Just the 3 of us. And a lot of normal things happen. Nothing gay. Always just normal things. Okay. So we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it. Okay. And, I got to bring it up. God, I'm excited for this. I'm so vibing right now. I'm so vibing, just so excited. Because by the way, this video, oh good, Frankie is coming soon. Frankie loves the Muslims. Don't ever let him tell you otherwise. He loves them, especially fake Muslim communists like Hasan Piker, who is neither Muslim nor communist if you really think about it. Because I mean, he was just in China. I think there's a photo. Actually, I'm going to pull that up quickly as a brief starter offer. Hasan, China, horse racing. He was just in China. He got arrested, and he took a photo of him flexing large amounts of money. Okay, I'm going to share this. This shows a lot of stuff, but focus on this area of the screen. Okay, he posed for a photo of him like flexing like $30,000 in China for horse racing. What a socialist! What a champagne socialist! You know, so we love that. We love that. We love the unbridled, pardon the horse pun, hypocrisy. Okay, so we're gonna start. And by the way, oh yeah, this video is like super dislike bombed, which is why I'm excited to watch it. If you have like the YouTube dislike extender thing, it tells you a rough idea. It can be a little off sometimes, but it's like, you know, kind of close. And yeah, this video, everyone hates this video, but I think it's because of Hasan. And so that makes me excited. And it starts with the quote. You can see it on the screen. I mean, I don't have to read it to you, but I will. I've got no problem with communism, says Hasan Piker. Wow, Hasan, tell me something I don't fucking know. Jesus. Okay, let's dive in. Let's dive in head first. Let's do it.
Hasan Piker, welcome to Triggernometry.
Why does this sound so quiet?
Nice to be here, guys.
Loud enough?
Why the big sigh?
Italy's Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany were ruthless fascist forms of governance.
Tell me if this is
My
loud
fear
enough.
is that is where
it is.
capitalism inevitably leads. There's too much instability. There's too much chaos. We need to restore order.
Is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I would say China is probably the closest, I would say, to an example that we should follow.
Like communism in America.
I think
that's a crazy pull quote. That's a crazy. China is the closest example. First of all, China is like pretty much like very capitalistic, right? Like it is like the CCP. But at the end of the day, you know, China be China-ing, right? There's a reason that Hasan was able to flex $30,000 on a horse race. I don't know. Explain that to me under communism. I mean, if it's a cashless, classless, stateless society, how do you have $30,000 to spend on a fucking pony race? But okay, I digress.
Communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe.
You think the Reform Party
Yeah,
is...
I think it's like Star Trek.
As it stands currently, is a nascent fascist parliament.
I'm gonna, Frankie, remind me to repeat that to Frankie to really get him going, to really get him talking in all caps. That communism is like Star Trek, actually, if you think about it.
Enemy group that hasn't reached its full potential yet.
Relax, relax. This isn't an ad. If you're not a fan of ads but love Triggernometry, join the thousands of Triggernometry members who get extended interviews, no ads, early access, and the ability to submit questions for upcoming guests.
I'm gonna start skipping,
Sign
brother.
up now. Episode.
Hasan Piker, welcome to Triggernometry.
Nice to be here, guys.
Why the big sigh?
We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Hasan knows.
I'm getting cooked right now.
Yeah.
For those of you at home watching. And this has got to be extra weird for you guys because you're British, and this is what the sun looks like normally.
Yeah, no, it's nice to know. We're enjoying it. I'm sorry about the sun.
Where are they? What the fuck? Look at that vista. Jesus Christ, where are they right now? I don't even know. That's beautiful, though. That's beautiful.
And this is not deliberate. We're not trying to cook you, literally. But welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about you.
That.
Like, you obviously got a massive...
Hasan was
channel,
trying to cook his dog, literally. Okay, low-hanging fruit. I'm sorry, but there'll be a lot of Dogtober 11th jokes probably coming up. Okay,
successful streaming.
Just a warn.
Twitch is a gaming platform, but
it's a meme that will never die,
and that's what people follow you for. How did you get there? What's been your journey through life?
I started my professional media career, I guess, as a nepotism recipient at my uncle's 26-person YouTube startup media network. I feel like calling it a media network is interesting because, like, at that.
Oh my God. Okay, have to pause already. My uncle's startup, and he's saying nepotism as if it's ironic, as if he wasn't riding horseback and bragging about it and going to a super expensive college and in a lap of luxury from when he was born, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But then don't say like, oh, nepotism, as if it's like, you're like, oh, that's what my critics say because I was a part of a small YouTube startup.
time at that point.
Absolutely,
it was smaller than like a mid-tier podcast, you know.
Smaller than a mid-tier podcast.
I started there because I just wanted to not live in New Jersey. I wanted to live in LA, and that's where the Young Turks headquarters were. And I, much like virtually all of my peers, came out of college with a double major, great marks, and no job prospects whatsoever. So I was like, all right, I'll just start off my journey here, and it'll allow me to be in LA where I want to be, right? And slowly but surely, I worked my way through the ranks there, offering a lot of free work, just as a fill-in producer or fill-in guest host whenever, someone didn't show up, they were sick or something. While I was actually doing the advertisement stuff on the back end. I was basically if he's
gonna mention that it used to be like
singular
super like red
advertisement operations person.
Not only was I
creating client lists, but doing cold calls, trying to get DR campaigns going for the Young Turks and like fill the inventory of the Young Turks with some brand names that I think everyone is now familiar with, like Squarespace and things of that nature. That was a big client of mine initially, but I hated it. And I thought, I think I could do better if I were on an on-camera position. And so, the problem was I was horrible on camera.
MC Nemesis, I see you in the back chat. I told you, brother, before you can ever join, add me on Discord, Confluence9393. Let's talk. Otherwise, I can't, based on stuff you've said in the private chat. I can't do it, brother. I'm sorry. Nothing against you personally. I don't know you from Adam. I'm just saying that has to be it. I'm sorry. No hate or anything. But we'd have to, based on what you've said, we'd have to talk before you come up. Okay, I'm just saying that. But no hate to you. No hate. Again, Confluence9393 on Discord. We'll talk sometime. For real. No cap.
At first. And I just kept going through
You're welcome to watch, though.
My girlfriend at the time was like
MC Nemesis.
A model trying to become an actress. She was like, one of us has to actually work. And she was like, you should keep doing the advertising stuff.
Boo, thumping. You and Frankie, neither of you?
So that I can be, a model and actress, whatever. And I was like,
Tyler,
okay.
You want to come up and fight me.
Even a bunch of my friends were like,
fight
maybe you should
with
stop
me
doing
against
this
Hasan,
stuff.
right?
You're not very good at it. And I was like, no, I'm going to keep going.
I lose to
I'm going to keep doing it
Frankie
because eventually I'll get better at it. And I guess over the years, I did get somewhat better.
I guess Frankie is like a Muslim lover and a communist lover if he's like dipping on this. So that's you repeat that to Frankie, okay? Get them all like hot and bothered, okay? I'm just saying that. Well, I don't watch Hasan either, but like, like Tyler, you ever heard of like kind of like a hate watch, but like in like a non-hateful way and like kind of like a fun way, But, it's okay. That's okay. Hasan is not for everybody, He's not for the faint of heart, okay? You have to have a lot of tenacity to really, not get triggered, right? Which I don't have that. I will be getting triggered. I'm triggered already just looking at his stupid fucking face.
They're at it. But while I was at the Young Turks, I was doing all this stuff. I set up the show called The Breakdown. It was very successful because it aligned perfectly with the Facebook algorithm turning on the faucet for video content. Mm-hmm. This was when everyone was doing the pivot to video, BuzzFeed and all these other places. There's a company.
There we go. We got someone who wants to do battle against this fake Muslim, fake Commi. It's Big Soda in the house. Good to see you, Hasan Soda.
Good to see you, buddy. You shouldn't let retards bother you.
Hasan bothers me, but like in like kind of a fun way, Like sometimes you just like want to be like a little annoyed, Maybe that's toxic of me, but
communists can be a little fun.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to see, especially when Hasan is on a podcast like this, because I think they're not, again, like you said, they're not like super based, but like I do think they're gonna really probe at his worldview. At least I hope. If they don't, that will be a severe disappointment. Like.
Konstantin usually does. Konstantin's the prober. The other guy, he seems to kind of.
The other guy doesn't. Yeah, the other guy kind of like doesn't say as much. He just kind of like sits there for a lot of it. But yeah, it's like that's why I'm surprised Hasan took this interview, because like he usually avoids talking about anything where he could be like asked a challenging question that he can't just like mute someone in chat or just like not engage, right? So I'm excited. And I'm excited that you're with me on this one, Big Soda.
Don't make it gay.
Not in a gay. No, I didn't even need to say it. Okay, I need like a sign, or maybe in the background, like a neon sign, not in a gay way, in a normal way.
Just say not in a gay way, and then go ahead and say the gay stuff.
What called Upworthy. I don't know if you guys recall. Way back in the day, they were getting like tens of millions of views a week, and my videos were getting like 30 million views a week. I was contesting Tommy Lauren's right-wing commentary at the time, and that was when I first made a name for myself, I guess, as a leftist political commentator. But
was she like famous?
I wanted something more. I wanted something that I could call my own. I wanted a sense of community for myself. I didn't want to be under the umbrella of the Young Turks as much as I was. So I thought to myself, I play video games already when I'm not working. Might as well go to this platform called Twitch. It was a video gaming platform at the time, even though there was some commentary happening there as well. And I decided I'm just going to strap on a PlayStation camera onto my PlayStation 4 at the time and start live broadcasting and while I play Fortnite. And I have a bunch of other friends who are journalists, activists, organizers, and whatnot that I play Fortnite with anyway.
And the plane,
so we'll just talk about political issues while I do this.
Early
now, there's a couple different reasons why I did that.
Baby.
Like I said, one, because I wanted to have something of my own, a media property of my own. The other reason was because I recognized that the gaming side of things, like the gaming culture side of that space, was heavily dominated by right-wing commentary. Whereas gamers were much more diverse in their opinion, myself included. And I wanted to present an alternative. I also wanted to go against the grain, because at the time, this is we're talking about 2016, 2017, at the peak of like
I think gamers are all roughly on the
cartoonish depictions of what the left represented. And there was some validity to the arguments that were being presented. Obviously, it was like the most maximalist, most ridiculous.
Diversity of interested in politics versus not interested in politics, and then you have kind of the right wing split and then the cultural split. So I would say it's kind of
diverse, but I guess if we think of like if we look at like back to like Gamergate and stuff, it's like if you join the average Call of Duty lobby or even the average Fortnite thing where you're talking to people, people they're at least they have in common they're not like politically correct and they don't give a fuck about that shit,
Yeah, well, okay, yeah.
Unless we count mobile games, which so they're at least like anti-PC, definitely not on Hasan's performative, virtue signaling side, I guess I would say. But yeah, they don't all care about politics or anything. But there's a reason Asmongold is as big as he is and is now overtaken.
Then I would argue you have the gamers versus the industry. The industry itself is closer to Hasan than the gamers would be.
And I don't know why. I'm not really sure why that is. I don't know if it's all because it happens in California, as like most media stuff does. Because the studios always seem like adversarial. I saw this hilarious meme, by the way. I wish I could just show it, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull it up. But it was like there was like some leak from GTA 6 that was saying there would be like a pride parade in GTA 6.
I've seen it.
You've seen it? And it showed like the same face and it's like smiling on both sides. And it's like right-wing people and left-wing people. And they're both happy that this is in the game, but for very different reasons. And it's like, that's something we can all come together on,
That'll be the main reason I buy it, is to find this parade.
It's like if you ever played Red Dead Redemption 2, it's like there's like some like you can meet someone who's like against like miscegenation and he's like a eugenicist, and it's like well, all sides like that, the people on one side like it for a different reason, the people on the other side want to hog tie him, and so it's something everyone can enjoy, and that's what I love. I love bringing people together, and that's what Rockstar Games does best, so super stoked about that.
Depiction of the left, but some people would lean into that a little bit, where they were like, no, we are like this. We are joy killers. We are woke skulls. And I was like, I don't think you have to be that. I think you can have fun and also still have progressive values. And I wanted to basically show that to a audience that had maybe never really encountered that. And I wanted to be in an environment that I was comfortable in as a male who games. And that was a very male-focused gamer space, which was. And last but not least, I wanted to get better off the cuff. because up until that moment, I had always scripted my content. I was writing it, and then I would actually take the writing on my videos and turn it into a Huffington Post article. So I would just like reformat my scripts into an actual article, and that was fine. But I wasn't very good off the cuff. So I thought to myself, if I can play a video game and talk about politics at the same time and be able to entertain people, maybe 30 at a time, maybe 300 at a time if I'm lucky, then I can get a lot better at public
Big
speaking.
Soda, place your bets, okay? So, none of us are like, Destiny fans here, but do you think Hasan is going to mention Destiny? Because Destiny is what like kind of skyrocketed Hasan from where he's at now in his story of like now he started gaming. Destiny like brought him under his wing. Do you think but he hates Destiny. Do you think he'll mention the name Destiny? Just like what's your over-under on that?
Probably not. Now, will we include the bet to say what happens if they bring like Triggernometry brings up Destiny's name first?
That wouldn't count then. That wouldn't
okay,
count.
Then I would say no, he's not going to bring up his name.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. What a fucking coward. That's part of your history, brother. You have to own it. You have to own it.
Speaking off the cuff, and
well, he's just no reason to bring it up.
By now, I never shut the.
But it's so pivotal. He's talking about this like PlayStation camera on the floor, and I play Fortnite. He's like going into all these like irrelevant details. I think you owe it. You owe it. Dare I say he owes? Dare I say he does. I will say he owes Destiny hugely. Hasan would not be Hamas Piker. Oh, sorry, I have dyslexia again. Hasan Piker without Destiny. He would not.
I don't think you can say that, because especially I think Hasan kind of got in a niche market of being he's a lot more progressive than Destiny. So I think if Hasan continues to be progressive, he probably would have been popular whether Destiny did anything or not, because it seems like younger audiences are going in more of a progressive belief system, and especially on a cultural level. So I think Hasan would still be big.
He might be, but do you find like, at least with like Destiny, I find him like to be like charismatic. So I understand why he's
I think
big.
Hasan's more charismatic than Destiny.
Really? See,
I do.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, maybe that is my toxic side, but I like
because think of the drama. It's like, okay, well, name Hasan Piker's top, 3 dramas, and the name Destiny's. It's like people don't want to be associated with Destiny, and it's like the reason people don't want to be associated with Hasan is because he keeps bringing up, I don't know if I could say the T word, but.
Wait, which D word?
The TERRORIST.
Wait, say it.
Terrorist.
Oh yeah, you could say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think people are just it's like with Destiny, there's a level of drama that comes with it, and it's like with Hasan, it's kind of embarrassing to be on the same side as him. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's what I kind of like that. Again, this is my toxic side.
Oh my
God. I like that Destiny will like roll around in the mud, He'll debate about incest and a bunch of stuff he shouldn't be talking about. Whereas Hasan says he's like a boots on the ground journalist. Like I'll take the guy who at least admits, yeah, I'm just like streaming. I'm just like talking on my ass and I'm just looking stuff up on Wikipedia and I'm doing my best. At least I can appreciate that. Disavow, actually, Tyler. Tyler says, I'd rather associate with Hasan over Candace. Look, I'm no friend of Candace Owens, but no. Brother, Tyler, Hasan over Candace? I'm not into Candace, okay? But like, brother, Hasan, have you seen Hasan before? Okay.
I would probably associate more with Candace over Hasan, because if I'm comparing bodies of work to bodies of work, Candace just seems more like we have more in common than me and Hasan.
Yeah, and okay. So to Tyler's point, yes. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, Candace Owens gets a little down a few rabbit holes. Little. She can be a little Kanye pilled at time, if you will, and you must. But But at least, like, who would you rather have a beer with? I'd rather have a beer with Candace, and just even if I think she's fucking crazy, I would still rather like chill with her.
I've got some crazy friends. I've got some real fucking crazy friends.
Exactly. Then Hasan, who's gonna be trying to impress you the whole time, and like he's doing right now in his whole opening. It's so performative. It's so performative. I hate that.
And see, the thing with Candace is Candace can be challenged. Hasan, I've never seen him react to like putting himself in position to be challenged.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I'm excited about this, because I hope that they do challenge him.
And it's like with Candace, I can just call him. I can call Candace a fucking nut job and still be able to. Yeah.
Hasan is bro coded because he's like, he takes steroids and shit, and he's like buff and everything, but he's not. Hasan is not a bro, okay?
But plus, he mistreats dogs. I don't know how often I can,
Exactly.
I can hang around someone that mistreats dogs.
You're gonna shock your dog and be a bro? No, not in my house. Not in my mind palace, Tyler. Not going to happen.
And you mentioned progressive values and that being something that's important to you. What are progressive values, would you say?
I think progressive values, for me at least, are founded around empathy first and foremost, to try and uplift everyone's material conditions to the best of our ability, and focusing on protecting those who need protection. And simultaneously advancing a cause of the way I think about it, advancing the cause of unlocking the potential of every single person, no matter where they are. Because right now, there are probably billions of brilliant people that never actually get the opportunity to unlock their true potential because of where they're born. Like, they might be born in Sudan, in a village that is being overtaken by the RSF. They might be born in India to an impoverished neighborhood and are not going to have the access to education. And therefore be able to truly
born in the North Pole. He can never realize
whatever sector they might be interested in revolutionizing. And I think that's what I want to do.
And what do you think is the way to, because I think that's probably something the left and right actually agree on in my experience, the center left, the center right, they're kind of moderate. But I suppose the disagreement probably is about what you think is the way by which that happens. So the right might say, well, the answer to that is capitalism, right? I imagine you don't agree. So how do you think those things get those people who don't currently have opportunity both in this country, in other Western countries, but around the world? What's the mechanism by which they get those opportunities?
I think creating a robust base of support, like a minimum social safety net for all, is the way to do it. And there are many different ways of achieving that result. I don't think capitalism has been able to do that. What I mean by that is capitalism still revolves around the inherent contradiction of at its most reductive way to put it, someone's got to clean the toilet. And in an effort to make sure.
Well, okay, this is, I was going to pause here because this is what we were, and I know he said in its most reductive form, but even what he said before that, this is kind of what we were talking about yesterday, where it's like with unfettered capitalism, right? Like laissez-faire capitalism, where it's like everything goes, then sure. Then there's no social safety nets, right? If it's just the free market with no government stuff at all.
Yeah, but he's not saying that. He's saying the symptom of capitalism is the fact that it leads to open-end capitalism.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
See, it doesn't make any sense. Really. Yeah, it's like you can't just paint the extreme of if you go a little capitalism, that means what? Like, because most countries have gone a little to most capitalist society, and like the world poverty rate is like shrinking at a like very fast rate. So it's like, I'm not sure the foundation that the argument he's trying to make.
Right. It would be like someone on the right, like myself, looking at like food stamps and being like, guys, that's like communism. If you have like any type of food stamps, that's fucking full communism. It's like, no, you can have capitalism and you can still have like social supports in capitalism. Yep. And he's just strawmanning the whole thing.
Well, he's doing the binary thing of the either or option.
Yeah.
When in reality, it's kind of like, well, most countries have gotten to where we go capitalism to fund it, and then we establish safety nets, and it seems like the safety nets sometimes work, sometimes don't. The only problem with America is we will put a safety net, and then 50 years later, we haven't done anything with it. We're just allowing it to fester and become out of control, like Social Security, or I guess the Obamacare, or this, that, and the third. It's just like, instead of just kind of making a policy and then adjusting it over time, it's like we're in a crisis of, oh, you want to take their food stamps away, or you want to do this and that, and it's like, well, the policy can never be adjusted, so that way it's working at the peak performance.
Right, and I'm wondering how he's gonna kind of land the plane, because we saw from the intro clip. I don't know if you were here for this. Were you there for the intro clip where
I think so.
Where he talks about like China being the best example of a society that thinks the U.S. should be like, and it's like, so that's China is like the perfect example of something where it's like they're capitalist, but they still have like communism going on. So I'm not sure how he's going to connect those dots, because obviously he believes you can, if he's like punting to China, right, then obviously he's punting to a place that has some parts that are like communistic and like a lot of parts that are still capitalistic. And so I don't know how he squares that circle.
China's economic system is very unique, because it's like in the heart of it, it's government control no matter what. But it's like there's a leniency to allow a market to happen, but at any moment that control can just snap into place.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So that's kind of, I'm not like super booked up on China, but that's how I envision it. It's like, if you're like Huawei, it's like, yeah, you're a free company, but you're always beholden to the government at any moment. Yeah. At any moment, if they tell you to do something, or if they tell you to regulate a certain way, you're just like beholden to them. So it's like a type of controlled capitalism, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, we'll allow it. We'll put a member into your cabinet and we'll allow it. But the moment either you go against us or we need to take reign, we can take reign.
So then, okay.
But you're still an individual company. I guess you're still an individual company where the government doesn't own you outright. The only thing is there's an access of control in which they can take that right away from you.
Okay, so this isn't me challenging, this is me just honestly asking if you know the answer. How would we distinguish this from like a place like Russia, where obviously if like a company in Russia is doing something that the government doesn't like, they too will take some type of top-down control, but it doesn't feel in the same way that the CCP does, or is it the same way?
I mean, there is a similarity. I don't know, like, because with China, it seems like there's more corporate control. So it's like the government has more access to control these companies. Like you hear the rumors of like millionaires challenging the Chinese government and losing and stuff like that. And with Russia, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it seems to operate in an oligarchic fashion to where the people who own the businesses have a lot of power, but they're still beholden to whatever Putin says. But I don't know if Putin's is brazen enough to just throw his control like that. It's probably, I invite you in a conversation. I say, you need to stop doing this. And then I bring charges against you for not doing it.
Actually, I think that I don't know if that's true, but what you said sounds brilliant. I think that I don't know enough about Russia and China, but I think that probably is it. It's probably about the degree of control you're willing to exert. So yes, Putin probably if it's super egregious, he will crack down, but it's the amount that he cracks down, versus the CCP will crack down for a lot lesser things, and so will maintain more control. So both have ultimate control over the companies, but the Chinese will control a lot more than Russia will control. Is that kind of what we're saying?
In a sense, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of similarities between them. I mean, the control's still there. It's just with China, when you have so many employees, there is a position created that's supposed to serve like a CCP representative that comes into your organization and acts as a board member. And with Russia, it's more like, well, the company can do its own thing, but the moment it challenges the government, you're going to face legal actions based on that government.
Right. So it's kind of like
with China, it's
degrees
already
of freedom.
Yeah. It's like, we don't really care. You make your money, you make us powerful, you do your thing, but don't be challenging political control or governmental control. But to be fair, all this is working off the perception that I have to see based on America propaganda that you see from, I guess, or from America to Russia to China. So a lot of this may not be true. It's just the way Americans have described it to me.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, that's the same. I feel like I'm in the same place. It's like I don't know how to. It's like you have two options. You either go to like RT and then like read Russian funded media, or you read like American media, and it's like you're trying to like determine what's in the middle and like what's and it's like, who the fuck is supposed to know? Oh, Maryland in the chat. Maryland, Omni-goated, Maryland, Heart, Maryland. If you're at all, I don't know if this is your wheelhouse, but if you're interested in, talking about, Hasan Piker, communism, or just hopping on panel just to, see what happens. You're always welcome. No pressure though, but just saying. Just
to make the point, look at how we look at RT, and then look at how we see a company like BBC or PBS, or which in essence, like, these would be state funded, and there's some state control to these media companies, but they don't get the same perception that RT gets.
Right. I mean, as someone who is unfortunately habituated in Canada, I think about this because we have the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and it is state run. It is state run media. And it's like, and so this is what I challenge my leftist friends with, which is like, well, why would we trust that if we look at RT, we dismiss that out of hat. We don't even like, from a Western point of view, we don't give a shit what RT says. We think it's fully propagandic, right? But then we'll look at stuff like the BBC and the CBC, and it's like those are, or NPR, and it's like these are all like things that are like funded by the government. And yeah, I think RT exhibits more control, but it's like they're all, if it's funded by the government, then like there should be at least a level of distrust, right? Like, am I crazy? Like that?
No. Well, look at it a little bit. Let's kind of reach out a little bit more. Look at companies like CNN, look at companies like Fox News, look at companies like MSNBC, who kind of have, they want to keep the ties to intelligence. So they'll get intelligence officers that'll come in and, talk on their programming and stuff like that, and feed them stories in the government. And so a lot of cases, they will do what they can to make sure these sources stay with them, so that way they can keep providing these, breaking top news analysis and stuff like that. So it's like, well, what level is that kind of a quasi state, like a public private, conglomeration of, hey, the state's feeding the information to the media, and then the media is just running with it.
Right. So there's still influence, even if it's not official.
It's not payments, but but then again, it is payments, because like these companies are paying these people as contributors.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, that's not quite as extreme as RT or BBC or these other examples, but it's still a weird quasi private public relationship.
Yeah, it's like it's weirdly incestual in a way that I don't like. And this is why I prefer at least American media. At least, even though what you're saying happens, it's a lesser step down from a BBC or a CBC or an RT, and I'll take that any day. And the guy I wanted to win in Canada wanted to defund our national news thing, and that was kind of his stance. Was like, why do we want news that is like directly beholden to the government? Like, is that not, like, the left talks about fascism so much? Is having the main, because that's a main news organization in Canada, is the CBC, is having the main news people being beholden to the government, is that not like very fascist coded? Like that seems like crazy to me. Like wouldn't we rather it be like just private corporations? I mean, and the same stuff can still happen, like you said, where you have people that are feeding information and there's payments involved, but that's got to be better than it being like state run. Like
but to be fair, I would argue maybe not, because the way our government does is we have a funding program that gives funding to NGOs that the NGOs then give funding to these media companies, and essentially you have public funding, but it's just hidden more.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It's like maybe the private companies are just more like surreptitious, right? They're more like sneaky and shit, right? So it's like, and at least
maybe
out
RT
on
better.
Its face, yeah, it's like, hey, everyone knows what RT is. They're the Russian media, right? And that's like, you know what you're gonna get. I mean, I guess hell, that's why I don't know, you might be too right for this, Big So, I'm not sure. This is why I do enjoy the Daily Wire, because I feel like they're honest about them being right wing, okay? They're at least honest about that. They're honest, and I like that.
I will say their media or their news side of it, I would believe them more than I wouldn't. The only problem with that is at the end of the day, it's kind of the problem with big media conglomerates is you start getting advertisers, and when you start getting advertisers, you start sourcing like what you can kind of reveal and what you can't reveal. You start talking about news stories that engage with your advertisers. You don't want to piss anybody off. You don't want to step on toes. And so the bigger your media company gets, the more selective you are in breaking news and narratives.
Yes.
It's the problem with having media and capitalism tie together. And I would rather want it that way, but it's the same, situation we have with pharmaceutical companies. It's like when there's that money incentive, it's like there's kind of this weird relationship with
right. It's
incestual
again, right? Yeah. Actually, yeah. That's a great example. Like Pfizer and Moderna are not technically beholden to the U.S. government, but but they are so intertwined with the U.S. government policies, like during the C-19 thing, right? It's like that. It's like, yeah, it might just be better to just be like, this is what the government wants you to do. Because like, why hide behind? No, we're a private corporation. We're like totally distinct. Like, no, we have nothing to do with the U.S. government. Like, fuck off.
See, are you a private institute? Are you a private drug manufacturer if all your research and development is funded by the U.S. government?
Right? Yeah. No.
Because we want to give you the incentive to make the drug, and that's a good thing. The only problem with is corporations. They're there to make money, and so at the end of the day, the same thing with the media companies. If it's make money or be honest with people, they're going to make money.
Yeah. Okay. Big Soda based.
Thank you.
Big Soda based. Okay.
But I think this is things that generally, if you talk to people about, they would generally agree on. We just don't have the answer to the solution, because my answer isn't stop, corporatizing or stop capitalism from mixing with these markets. No, that's a good thing. Right. I just don't know a solution how to stop this creepiness that happens within these companies.
Right. To stop the metaphor that I've been using, to stop the incest that happens between the government and the private corporations, to make it all above board. Yeah, I don't know what you have to legislate on to make that happen. So we can actually, because if we could actually, I don't know if it's an info gap or like an actual, like we're hidden from it. But I think if we could see all the ties between, like, to use the C-19 example of like Pfizer and Moderna, and to see exactly and if everyone knew where the funding's going, what the incentives are, right? If we all knew about all these drug companies and like how they operate, right? That would be a different story, right? Then it's like, but right now it's like, it's either hidden, but I don't know if it's actually hidden or if it's just hidden because of like, there's so much shit to look at. And it's like, oh, look at this thing over here. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain, right? And it's like,
it's the Wizard of Oz.
Right. And so I don't know. It's like, if I could can I go and find exactly the exact ties that the U.S. government has to Moderna and Pfizer? I could probably find a lot of them, but it's like we get bombarded with so much info that it's like I feel like you can't. It's like at least for the average person, I'm like too terminally online as it is, and I can't keep up with all this shit, right? And it's like the average person has no idea about the connections between like drug companies and the U.S. government, right? There's no feasible way anyone could expect them to. They have lives, they have jobs, they have wives, they have kids.
And the problem is, the deeper you get, the more black pilled you get with it. And the government's kind of hoping on that you get to a point to where you're like, well, fuck, I know all these bad things are happening, but what can I do? So if I can't do anything, why should I care about it? And if you don't care about it, then there's no resistance against the government doing it. And then so the government's like, hey, are you sure you want to get into the weeds? Because if you get into the weeds, you're not going to like what you see. But I know it's so bad that if you once you realize there's nothing you can do, you'll just move on with your daily life.
Big Soda, you're cooking today. You're cooking today. You're cooking. So you're saying that. So if I'm understanding right, you're saying the government is kind of okay with, if we look at enough, it will kind of psychologically make us feel so effete and so helpless that like we can't do anything, and so we'll raise our voices even less. So giving us some information will make us even stand down more, because now we're like black-pilled and doomer-pilled, and now we're like, well, fuck it, we can't change anything.
Yeah. Well, then you look at someone like Donald Trump. This is why Donald Trump such like his wild cardness is such a problem for the institutions that already have power, because he's the type of guy that'll get you ramped up on your pissed offness, and he may actually do something about it. That's why he's a threat. It's not generally what he's doing. It's the problem. At any moment he could target himself toward the pharmaceutical companies, toward these weird relationships, and cause problems, because it's going to get everybody up in arms.
Right.
Figuratively, not literally.
Not literally. Yeah, okay. No, that's good thoughts. That's good thoughts.
That there is always going to be people that are wage laborers. There is this dynamic where we can't advance humanity too much. This plays itself out on the international scale in unequal exchange, where if we were to allow a lot of the third world to develop to a certain degree, then things would be far too costly. We wouldn't get the cheap materials and the cheap natural resources that we need to extract, so that we can have an iPhone for the reasonable price of $500, or even that's increasing now. I personally think that
that's insanely out of touch. Am I crazy?
What's that?
What's
your exact point?
He said a new iPhone. This is just me like making fun of Hasan for being a champagne socialist. He said a new iPhone costs $500. Okay, that's like, isn't a new iPhone? What's the price of a fucking new iPhone?
Probably $1,500.
That's what I mean. I think he's like literally like triple. Yeah, at least I'm looking it up. Yeah, it's like 2,000 Canadian. So yeah, probably like 1,600, 1,500 American. I think like 500. Holy, the brother's living in like 2006 or something.
The problem with phones is to be fair, like phones are high, but the price is kind of justifiable, because think of the things you can do on your phone. Like,
I don't mind the prices. My point is just Hasan being so out of touch that he thinks he can get a new iPhone for $500 USD. It's fucking.
It's fucking. Well, probably in China.
Actually, he was there as he's decrying, the third world and how it's inequitable. And he was just in China, where they do all this, child labor and all this like cobalt mining and fucking shit.
You'd be shocked at how cheap
if we were to do
iPhones are in China.
If we were to do that by stopping our endless and needless and cruel militarism in the global South, and allow these places to develop. Extend an open hand to them, that we would allow society to flourish in ways that we previously have not foreseen.
I guess your point about cleaning toilets is interesting, because something we've addressed a lot on this trip with guests, right, left, center, etc., is the incredible wealth inequality and the speed at which the gap is, that's growing. There's a big problem. People on the right don't want to admit it, and it's true. But on the other hand, someone is always going to have to clean the toilets, right? Like, we have a pretty big safety net in the UK. And what that's mainly done is trapped a lot of people in a place where they don't have to work, and they therefore don't. And also, you talk about, important people from other countries to work for less. Kind of the consequence of that is it suppresses wages for the people in the country as well. So who would clean the toilets if we...
So, great question. Let me address the wage depression aspect of this, because this is the one area where sometimes I hear Tucker Carlson talk about it, and there's like some nuggets of truth in there. Because yes, importing labor into the country will always depress wages in the absence of good regulation. And good regulation in that format would be demanding wage parity, and also not creating any other external factors that actually cause you to have a more servile labor force. What I mean by this is, I want to use the example of H-1B visas. The reason why H-1B visa system exists on paper is because there are certain highly skilled positions that, as it stands, our American companies are unable to fulfill. They're not able to fill those roles with the domestic labor force, right? That's the on paper. In practice, of course, it creates a more pliable labor.
I wish K2 was here for this, because he would be so unhappy. He'd be so unhappy.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong. The only problem is because we don't promote the culture of people filling these jobs. Like, it's especially with the booming tech industry, we need a shit ton of tech jobs. But like, when you look at the STEM fields, these are some of the fewest fields that people enter. So it's not the problem that we don't have available workers. It's the problem that we're not promoting enough to make these workers.
Yes, I think okay, so do you and me broadly agree H-1B visa, I maybe even Hasan agrees with this. On paper, it's good, but it's subject to abuse.
Well, there's a problem because I think we're all in agreement that it serves a short-term problem, but over a long time, I guess, a long-time solution, it really does nothing, because what you're doing is you're allowing companies to then bring over cheap labor, and which they can pay them at cheaper prices. Because, I mean, hell, you pay someone in India an American salary of like $60,000, $75,000, $80,000, when in reality, maybe some of these jobs go for 100 plus. It's like, who does that help? Because yes, it helps the Indian person in the now, but we're paying him below labor markets, which is creating a drastic shift in what all other companies are willing to pay their employees.
Right, and one of the things I've seen happen, not personally, but just from the data, is like even when they are technically, because there is like some laws governing H-1B visas where they have to technically pay people like the same market thing, but then they just like make them work like 60 hours a week, right? And it's just like off the books, and like no one really knows about it. And if you lose your H-1B visa status, you have like, I don't know, it's like something, don't quote me on this, but something like 30 days to like get a new H-1B, someone who's going to like sponsor you in, or you're like back to India. And so it just incentivizes exploitation is the problem, right? Because it's like, so even if on paper you make laws that say, oh, it has to be paid a comparable market wage, it doesn't really matter, because you could just exploit them from a time point of view, which converts to dollars in the same way.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's a percentage base, so it has to be percentagely close to market value. But the problem is each H-1B visa you bring in, let's say it's 1% less salary difference between him and an American worker, you see how that's going to it's going to create a slippery slope of we're paying them less and less over time the more people we bring in, because that 1% is going to keep happening each person you bring in, and that's going to create, I guess, the market value of these jobs to just keep decreasing.
That's the thing. I think for truly things that we don't have in America, I think it makes sense. So I live in Canada. We have like a nursing shortage. Okay, so we bring in people on the Canadian equivalent of an H-1B visa, and I think that to me makes sense because we just don't have. I mean, we could fix it in other ways there's a lot of ways to incentivize people going to nursing and all that shit. But right now, time. Boots on the ground. Yeah, in this very moment, we don't have it. Right, it takes a long time to train a nurse. 4 or 5 years, and so we bring them in from like the Philippines mainly and stuff. And it's like that at least makes sense. But then it's like you see some of the H1. I mean, this happened when Elon Musk and that whole Elon Musk versus the Groyper thing happened like 6 months or a year ago or whatever. It was like there was so much evidence of people, even famous people. Who's that guy? Oh God, that guy that started the pyramid scheme. David, what's his name? Do you know what I'm talking about, right? David Bettman.
It's not Pac-Man. It's
David Patrick Bettman. Is that a name?
Wait, David Wait.
It's like Jew coded in a way.
Patrick
it's like
Bet David.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Ryan says now
you're
Canadian. Now it all makes sense. No, Ryan, not Canadian. Live in Canada. Big difference.
It's Canadian. Okay? It's Canadian.
Big difference. Okay, from Wisconsin. Okay, from Wisconsin. Canadian. But yes, currently live in Canada. And Ryan, if you want to hop up and if you want to defend your brother in arms, Hasan Piker. I mean, crazy times, but if you want to, hey, that's on you. I'm just saying. But yeah,
everything I've seen of Radical Coder, he don't quite seem as Hasan. Pro Hasan as
I don't know. I've had way better convos with Ryan than I think I could ever have with Hasan, but I don't know how to the left Ryan is. I actually am unsure on that, because sometimes he sounds pretty left coded. Oxycat in the chat, Oxycat says Newfoundland is the only good Canada. I was gonna say brother, but sister. Newfoundland is like it's like the regarded part of Canada, like for real, no cap. Okay, Newfoundland. I mean, I would love to live there, but it's like Newfoundland is not. Newfoundland's not where it's at. It just isn't.
Now, I guess, but to bring it back on topic, the nursing makes the most sense to me because the nursing
it's a gap that you need to fill. Yeah.
It's like we can't just get doctors overnight. We're talking about some of the longest tenured of colleging that you need. And it's also one of those fields where, hey, people can die.
Right. But then, so what we were talking about with what's his name? Patrick Bet David? Is that his name?
Yeah.
And he was, and I saw this in a Sam Hyde video, but it is true that he hired like a graphic designer on an H-1B visa, as if we have like a lack of graphic designers in fucking the United States of fucking America. Okay, Ryan is on the stage. Ryan, good to see you. Ryan, are you like Hasan coded or like what's good?
Handsome? Yes, guilty.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah. Wait, the H-1B wouldn't an H-1B visa be someone who's in America?
Yes. Yeah.
So he did hire someone from living in America.
Wait, no. An H-1B visa is when you get someone overseas to now go on a visa to come to America to work.
So they're living in America.
Right. But what did I say that was like confusing?
So I guess like I don't know, maybe you're just being silly, but like is it like an issue if someone hires like a visa worker instead of a like American citizen?
No, it isn't. No, I'm not being silly. I think it is an issue. I think the H-1B visa program is supposed to be like, if America is lacking, like in Canada, guilty as charged, live in Canada, we lack nurses, so we bring them in on a similar thing to an H-1B visa. It's called something else, of course, and because we have a lack of that, right? But to bring someone in for a graphic design visa, the whole point of H-1B visa is to bring in technical workers where there is like a lack, but a graphic designer is not like lacking. So why not hire? There's a bunch of struggling graphic designers, obviously, in America, right? It's especially with like globalization, Upwork, and all that shit, right? Fiverr and everything like that. So it's like, there's no reason to bring someone else in. Nothing against bringing someone. I'm not like coming at this from like a ethno state point of view or anything. I'm just saying like, why not? I feel like I have to clarify that, but but like, why not hire an American worker? There's no shortage of graphic designers in America. The only reason to bring one in is to exploit them, because I don't know if you were listening, or you probably know about H-1B visas, but yeah, if you get fired and stuff, right? What you have, like, I think it's like 30 days to like find a new employer, or you're kicked back. So it just breeds exploitation, right? It breeds like work more hours, right? Even if the pay has to be the same, well, hey, do 80 hours. And if you say no to this project, hey, we might have to let you go. I'm so sorry. So it's like, it's bad on both fronts. It's bad for American citizens.
You said sorry.
I've been in Canada for a hot minute, okay? I'm sorry. I've been in Canada for a hot minute, okay?
Don't let it happen again, okay?
I'll try not to. I'll try my best, right?
So what am I mean, to move on, I mean, I'm not really super concerned about the H-1B1 visa thing. I was just being kind of
sure.
But what charges is my man Hasan facing today?
Oh, okay. Communism, nepotism, what there's another one. There's another one I had. Oh yeah, being a fake Muslim. Okay, that's the third one.
Fake Muslim? Is there a bad thing in any of these?
Yeah, being a champagne socialist. I mean, like, come on. I mean, like, just own it. Don't be like.
Well, is it? I mean, I feel like even Zoran Mamdani is the most popular champagne socialist in America right now.
Is that
he
a
comes
good
from
thing?
money, right? I mean, I don't know if it's good or bad. I mean, as long as he is like pushing for the policies that the people who are voting for him want. Like, I don't.
Okay,
really care.
that's fair. Okay, Ryan, real talk, because I actually don't know this. What are your thoughts broadly on Hamas? I have dyslexia. Hasan Piker. Sorry, I keep making that mistake. What's your thoughts on him?
I used to watch some Hasan stuff. I honestly I have a really hard time getting on board with all the Hasan hate. It almost feels like there's like a Hasan derangement syndrome a lot of times. I don't think he's that bad, but he's not like that good either. He's just like a hot guy who talks about lefty shit and is like could be a better debater, and he's like fairly well politically informed because he grew up around politics, obviously. So I don't know. Seems okay.
So how far left are you, Ryan? Because that's something I don't know. I know you're progressive, but like, because Hasan in this video is promoting communism, right? He says that the U.S. should look more like China, which is like, not fully communist, but like, your thoughts on that? Is that it? Because
like,
to me, that strikes me as
Hasan said that in this interview. The U.S. should look more like China.
I think it's a few minutes behind if you want to replay it.
The problem is, it's a pull quote from the beginning. So I mean, maybe he's gonna contextualize it, but it's like when they do like the intro stuff, and they asked him what the best example was of what he wants the U.S. to look like, and Hasan was just, this is maybe some lore. I don't know maybe you don't follow Hasan closely, but Hasan was just in China. And I did hear that, yeah. Right, and he was gifted a red book from of Mao's little book and stuff, and there's a lot of like a little stuff that seems a little sussy to me, and I don't know how does that hit you, because you're radical, but like you're not like a Maoist, I'm assuming, right? You're not.
I don't know, frankly. I don't know if I am. I honestly don't know that much about Maoism, so I'm not super educated on. My understanding of China is that it's like state capitalist.
Do you know it killed like dozens of millions of people? Do you know that much?
That's usually bad. I'm usually not in favor of killing dozens of millions of people.
Well, no, I know, but that's what I'm saying. But that's if you're a Maoist, and I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying, if we're gonna like popularize someone in the same way we wouldn't popularize the H-man because he had like bad outcomes on like society, then like we probably shouldn't popularize.
Stalin, yeah, sure.
Yeah, all these people. Okay, so you're not like a Stalinist or a Leninist.
No, I don't. No, I'm not like I'm not like an authoritarian duder at all. I don't like authoritarianism.
Okay, so you're just like kind of like baseline progressive coded.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know, like I think. Well, yeah, but I'm like super open-minded to like I'm not like hyper attached to like I usually say I'm like left of liberal, right? Hang on, my dog's freaking out.
Okay, let's see what you're bringing in more oftentimes crazy from highly skilled countries that are still desperate, even if there is
Ryan, did you just shock your dog?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I actually just put the collar on him so I could shock him before.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Free Kaya. Yeah, I don't think I'm not convinced that Hasan shocked his dog. For example, I'm not convinced that happened.
Brother, come on. I don't have Hasan derangement syndrome, but that's like.
I think you might.
I in what sense did he not shock his dog? He reaches. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm too deep in the lore. Okay, maybe I'm too terminally online, but
I think you might be.
We've seen the collar, right? We saw the tape he put around it. We see him reach. We've seen other clips from his Christmas stream, which I should know about this. So maybe I do have a Hasan derangement.
And there's the controller that he moves. I've seen that. I think I've seen the clip or whatever.
Right, and so it's like all the evidence, like so.
Yeah, but you. First of all, you recognize that there are other kinds of collars that have remotes that are not shock collars, right?
Vibration collars, sure. Yeah. But the exact model that it was you, if you zoom in on it, it is the model that does both at least. So it is. So Hasan is at least lying, I guess you would say. He might use the vibrate function.
I saw on Amazon a specific model that looked like the controller that he had, and it looks like the collar that he had, and it was not a shock collar. Like it was just a vibration one. So I'm not even convinced of that.
Okay.
Like,
okay. I mean, maybe I am. Maybe I'm just in my right wing.
But like, I don't know, because I've talked to a lot of people who feel super confident about it, and they think I'm fucking insane. Like even people who otherwise are, like very sympathetic to me. So I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I have like too high a bar. I just like I don't know. It's like I think Hasan never admits when he's wrong. So like I guess it's possible that like he's just lying through it. But I don't know. I just and also like is it? I mean I would never shock my dog personally, but like a lot of people do, and it's like a controversial thing, but it's not like illegal. It's not like animal cruelty necessarily. Like I don't know. Like even if he did, like I don't know if I'd care that much. Felt like it was all a big distraction.
To be fair,
I think people have made it a big deal.
To be fair, in dog training, they use something called a prong collar, and if you ever see one of those, it looks like animal abuse. And so they, I would say it's a little bit harsher than a shock collar, or at least the looks of it is a lot harsher than a shock collar. But this is how like professionals train dogs.
I guess the thing that bugs me, and I do agree that like the shock thing is like, yeah, it is a distraction. It's not like. It isn't probably the end of the world, but I guess what bugs me is I think Hasan is. I am confident on is that he is lying. I know he's lying, and it's like it's so because he's changed his story multiple times. He says he never owned a shock collar, and then you can find clips of him saying that he has used a shock collar before, but he hasn't used it on Kaya, and it's like he's contradicted himself a million times before, and on this like exact issue. And so that's what bugs me. Just own up to it. Just say, yeah, I did it. I shocked my dog. Okay. Just fucking say it. Cause then that makes me distrust everything else you say, like,
yeah, I mean, like, I feel like most people already do distrust a lot of what Hasan says. So I feel like the shock collar thing is just kind of like it's like reasserting. It's like an excuse to justify the feeling they already have towards Hasan.
Yeah.
And that's true. And that honestly, like to be real, that is what it is for me. Yeah. It's like, if it was like Ben Shapiro, let's say, shocking his dog, I would probably carry some water, because I get paid in those shekels, so I would defend that a little bit, right? But when it's Hasan, yes, I am obviously more likely to be like, oh, El Hasan, so I can see that.
And to be fair, if you can't really be able to like state the reasons why you dislike Hasan, or you're not kind of politically savvy enough to kind of understand why you don't like Hasan, it's an easy thing to jump on and say, I don't like Hasan's political takes, and then you'd be like, well, he shocks his dog. And it's kind of one of those that takes the blunt away from you not being able to articulate what you don't like about Hasan.
Yeah, but I mean, people, I guess we do that to, I guess, everyone in the right?
Yeah.
That's probably something that just always is like, if you look at Destiny, right? Obviously, we all drag up his personal life, right? To discredit what he says, which I understand, but it's like I'm also aware of that I don't like his personal life, and I don't like the decisions he made, and I think he's an immoral person. But that is separate from someone's political stances still, right? It doesn't mean what they're saying is like false, And so it's
totally, yeah. I mean, because I agree with a lot of Destiny's politics, right? But I stopped consuming his content pretty much after like January this year. when all the stuff about Pixie came out.
Right. Yeah, and it's like, and it's I think it's tempting to go to the point of like, oh, disavow everything this person has ever said ever, and it's like that's not a super rational position to take. It's like, yeah, so there's a lot of I mean, it's the same with Asmongold, same with all these like political people. You can all find, everyone can find like bad stuff, and like, sure. But it's not about their actual politics.
Well, I mean, Asmongold has pretty awful politics, but
but I mean the cheap shots people take, like sure. If you're familiar with like Casey Tron and all those people like talking about how like he killed his mom and stuff like that's like that makes me feel
that's
gross.
Crazy. I didn't know he killed his mom.
He didn't, but Casey Tron says that he did, and I don't know if you know who that is, but like it's like
I do, yeah, I know who Casey Tron is.
Yeah, I don't like Casey Tron.
Vaguely.
I don't like the cockroaches.
Yeah, Asmongold he's a little too familiar with cockroaches in a way that makes me uncomfortable. I'd rather be like Charlie Pilled, like Moist Critical, where he's very anti-cockroach, and I prefer that stance.
So I don't know if you've seen the video I put in the back. It's the Triggernometry guys. It's probably my favorite video of them. It's not actually a video of them. It's a song that someone made up of, I guess his name is Francis Foster's Lament. Really funny. Highly recommend. It's like a minute long.
All right, we're playing it. 2
minutes long. I apologize. Double what I said.
Tell me if you guys can see this.
I see it.
And hear it as well, because I had this problem before.
So I don't see this as a...
Can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't see this as a conservative versus not conservative issue. This to me is, it's like, it's a mind virus, this stuff. It really is.
I think you're right. It's not necessarily political. I don't know whether an army should reflect society.
I don't give a shit if it reflects society. I don't care. I want the army to be good at doing its job. Why does every institution have to be a tool of...
What am I doing on this show?
Social engineering, effectively, right?
What is my purpose here? Does anybody know? What have I to offer? What's inside my head? Should I be listening to what that other bloke just said? What should I say? I'm at a loss. If I start talking now, will Konstantin be cross? Or having to read the news or studied any books? Konstantin's the brains of this, so I must be the looks. I know that there will come a day when I will come up with a clever thing to say, and when I say it, everyone will know what I am doing on this show.
Sorry, Francis. I just
go for
to follow up on that. As far as I mean, I didn't know you had this here. I don't know if we have in the UK. We did have some kind of
Okay, that's good.
That's a good, very solid meme.
Unironically, we were just talking, I think maybe 30 minutes before he joined, about how the other guy almost never says anything. It's always just, we were just talking about that, about like, what is he just sits there and
what is he doing on the show?
He'll say like two things an episode. Okay, I do like that.
Oh, but yeah, I guess to go back a little bit. I don't like call myself like a communist. I kind of used to. I used to be like a big Vosh fan back in the day.
That's a red flag. That's a red flag.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know.
Before or after Horsegate? Like, give me a timeline.
I mean, like, it was not okay. Well, before what you're referring to as Horsegate, but like, it wasn't news to anyone that Vosh liked horse dicks. Like, we all knew that,
right? I in fact knew that as well. But
yeah, but actually, what turned me off to him was a few years ago. He did a series of videos where I guess it was clips from live streams, but it was he was ranking, I guess, how much he would like to fuck each Pokemon, and I took that kind of personally as a big Pokemon fan myself, and I felt very uncomfortable, and I didn't want to watch Vosh decide how he gauge how he would. Whether he would fuck individual Pokemon or any across the Pokedex.
You have no preference, Ryan, at all? Like all Pokemon are equally
whoa. Hold on. This is like digital bestiality. We're going down a weird little rabbit hole.
This is a dark path. I don't think we can come back from this if we go down this road.
I was going to say, I used to play Pokemon like until I was like 15.
I'm just saying there's a difference between like a Graveler and like a Flareon, right? Like those. I'm kind of.
There is. One's a ground type and one's a fire type.
Yeah.
That is true.
That is true.
Well, ground and rock, I guess, for Graveler.
It's kind of like when I look at a horse and I look at a donkey. I'm not going to have the which one I would find sexually attractive.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. When you make it real animals, it gets even more creepy.
Yeah, it gets weird, don't it?
That's true.
But yeah, I don't like actively call myself a communist. I don't know if I subscribe to communism. I know, like, I mean, I feel like I vibe with a lot of things that, like, you know, Marx might have said, you know, like about like labor and, you know, people dedicating their lives to a company that is kind of exploiting them and not having any voice in that. Like, that seems like kind of cringe. And like, maybe I mean, I like unions and stuff. And like, I say I'm left of liberal because I'm not like, I'm critical of capitalism, which everyone immediately will say you're a communist if you say anything negative about capitalism. I guess even unless you're a fascist, then you're allowed to. But yeah, I don't know. I'm open to like new ways that society could be shaped. I'm not like hyper attached to like capitalism or the liberal order, as it were, but I do very much, increasingly so, value the Constitution of the United States and like our kind of laws here.
Okay, can I run something by you, Ryan?
I'll allow it.
You'll allow. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I was maybe like 6 months ago. I read. I made myself. It was hard. It was a hard read. Well, it's not a hard. It's a hard read on one level. I read the Communist Manifesto. Okay, you know, I bit the bullet. I read it. Okay,
yeah.
And I agree. I agree. It has. When I read it, there was some stuff that was insane, like calling for the dissolution of the family unit as like part of like a Marxist revolution, which I thought was like a fucking nutter statement. That's what he said. Yeah. No, I was like,
so I didn't expect. I feel like I dug into that one recently, and I think like the concept of the family, number one, like was very different at the time, but also I think because he was talking about public schooling, right? Talking about like that was the context, right? He's talking about schooling.
I don't know. Like I said, this is like 6 to 8 months ago. I don't. So I maybe I missed some context. I was trying to read it as closely as I could, and I was trying to steelman it in my mind. I was trying to, and I thought there was a lot of good points in it. But I guess
I don't think Marx. I just everything I know about Marx and his like philosophy, it doesn't seem like that he like his goal was to like, you know, break up families, you know what I mean, like that.
But I mean the whole I mean, multiple times in the Communist Manifesto he talks about like violent revolution, and that like that's kind of the only way to do things, right? So that
I mean that pamphlet we're talking about the Communist Manifesto right now, right?
Yeah,
we're talking about a pamphlet that was given out to a bunch of farmers to like like, hey, you have nothing to lose but your chains, right? Like, what are you doing here? Like, you're being exploited like crazy.
I haven't read Das Kapital, so I'm not going to claim to be an expert.
Me either.
But okay, but what I guess I want to ask you is, so when I read it, I thought there's a lot of good critiques of like kind of laissez-faire capitalism, like unfettered capitalism, which was probably right the world he was living in, right? Very industrialized, and workers were like being exploited. And so there's a lot of points where I was like, yeah, like I agree with this. This is goated. But do you think we corrected things enough where those criticisms don't apply? Like now when Marx was writing, we didn't live in a world of like labor laws and unions and all this stuff. And now we have minimum wages, and we have OSHA, and we have all this shit, right? And we have workers' compensation. And if you get injured on a job site, right, then you can get money. So like, how much of his criticisms from your point of view do you think still hold true now? Because I agree a lot of them held true then, but how much of them still hold true now?
Well, I first of all, I'd say that all those things, you know, were fought very hard for to win, and are never, you know, safe by default. Like all and any one of those things could, in theory, be attacked by. I assume it would be the Republican Party. I don't think Democrats are going to destroy OSHA, but if any party was going to, it would probably be the Republicans. So, like, I think number one, those things are could be taken away. So that's important. But I mean, also, like, we do live in a world of like increasing wealth inequality and like increasingly consolidated power into like a very small percentage of people. I don't know. And people, I mean, like we expected over the last 100 years, there's all this, people always assumed like, oh, the work week's going to get shorter. Like people talked about like a 30-hour work week, then a 20-hour work week. But like, I mean, we never saw any of that. I don't know. I think there's a lot of people who have pretty miserable lives under our system, but it's still like better than a lot of others. But I guess what makes me, I think left ideologically is my openness to like, better ways of doing things.
No, and I agree, but I guess like, so I know you say you're not a communist, but I guess like the basic kind of like ethos of at least what I got from it is right. Like he keeps harping on about that. It is definitionally exploitative to have like a wage. Do you think that? Do you think that holds meaning? Do you think that's like a valuable thing that he said? Because all the other stuff, the late stage capitalism, all that stuff.
Sorry, yeah.
But yeah,
the definition he was using of exploitation is true, right? I mean, like based on the way he was defining exploitation there, like it is true. I think
is it true now? I guess like if I get a job at Amazon and I'm being paid, let's say $20 an hour to like, am I definitionally being exploited? Like in the current day with OSHA, with labor standards, with unions, with all the protections we have, am I being exploited still? Or is he just speaking from his time?
Well, I mean, like things are getting way more expensive. The value of our dollar is getting like weaker and weaker. People are, I think like dedicating your life to a company and not having like any real voice in like the direction of that company seems weird to me. Feels like a lot of the arguments I hear against like some like more democratic institution instead of the like what we have as corporations, at least like when it comes to like these large international corporations. I don't know, like I wouldn't be like inherently opposed to these like being some of these being like reformed into like more nationalized systems. I'm not inherently opposed to that. Like
you want the big tech, for example. You think like an Alphabet should be like nationalized? For just
I don't know exactly what that would look like, but I'm open to it. Is what I'm saying. Yeah, okay. I think it could be something someone could sell me on it. Like probably with a good if they gave me a good shape for it, I probably would advocate for it. I don't know that I have that shape in mind right now, but yeah, I like I don't know. A lot of these things are like they're so big that like it's very weak. I don't like that we have like billionaires and stuff. Like I don't think we need people that have that much like wealth when there's people like starving on the street. Like that's insane to me, or like dying because they can't afford healthcare. Like
yeah, I'm
in America, like I
yeah.
Well, hear me out. Do you think that by not having billionaires, that will eliminate the problem of people homeless on the street or hungry on the street?
Not by itself. Like no, if we just like guillotine them, it's not gonna immediately solve it. No, I'm not.
Well, I mean, just like commandeer their wealth and then give it to homeless people on the street and hungry people on the street.
Well, I don't know that that's the policy I would do, but yeah, I mean, redistributing wealth, like I think is a good thing generally. I'm okay with redistributing wealth.
But not in like a literal way, right? Like not you don't mean like helicopter money, right? Like
no, I don't think so.
You mean like providing programs for them to then engage in and then
right. I'm hoping that's what you mean.
Sure.
Because if you get
well, I mean, I'm also I'm okay with like cash distribution and stuff. Like I think reparations should probably be like cash.
I know, but do you think but like let's be real. Like, and it's like Ryan, I think like I'm I think I'm probably more left leaning than you probably think economically. But like, just being real, if we gave, let's say we did guillotine all the billionaires and we let the streets flood in the blood of the landlords as Hasan wants, okay? And we gave them, let's say they get like 50,000 each. What percent of homeless people do you think are going to use that 50 grand in like in a positive way that's going to help them at all? Like that type of redistribution would be probably, if anything, would probably be a net harm to those people, right?
It could be potentially. I think I hear this argument a lot when like this is one of the reasons I brought up reparations and why I'm in favor of like cash injections for that. Is because it's like it provides like economic autonomy. I think like poor people, when you give them cash, when you give them money, they tend to spend it on the things they need. They tend to know what they need, and they tend to use the money appropriately. Do you
think that's true?
I think a lot of homeless people. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I think the exception are the people who are like they'll just kind of go spend it all on like crack cocaine or whatever.
So you think that a majority of poor people are poor because of outside influence, other than the fact that it's their own internal like habits?
I mean, what do you mean by that? Like in theory, like
yeah,
put
I have
a poor
to pee
person
real
like,
bad.
like,
I'm sorry. Can you guys hold it down? Ryan, if you have to go, you have to go. But I have to pee real bad. So
no,
I guess if you're judging generality, so not individually, just more generality, do you think people are going to tend toward taking that money and using it for the bad habits that they have that keep them poor, or do you think it's majority of poor people are poor because of outside factors like the government or companies? Or
I think people who are born poor tend to stay poor.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that could be habits taught by parents?
I don't. What?
You think that could be habits taught by parents? Like if your parents aren't financially savvy, then could that be passed down to children who then are financially savvy?
Could be, yeah, but I don't think that's like. I feel like that's like a like we're leaning into like now framing like poverty as like a moral failing in a sense.
Yeah.
Which I don't buy that. Like I think there's a lot of people who are doing the best they can. They're working hard and they're still just like barely scraping by, and they're not like spending all their money on avocado toast or whatever, or 50 Netflix subscriptions. Like I don't know. I think that like we overstate like how much. I mean, like I'm sure poor people indulge when they have a little bit of spending money, but it's like. Does that mean that like they could never, given better opportunity, like be more successful? Like I don't think so. I
don't necessarily think you're wrong. I think the problem is it's kind of like the problem with the reason why a lot of poor people stay poor is because they just haven't detrained themselves from bad habits. So for like example, like everyone has a smartphone, but you can still buy flip phones and communicate through a cheaper medium to be able to communicate with all the people you need. I think people generally will overspend in things that bring them satisfaction and stuff like that. And I think it's bad habits that keep generalized people poor. I think there are poor people who it's no fault of their own, but I think on a general level, it's just bad habits they've picked up or been taught.
So if like less poor people had iPhones, you think they'd be like more likely to be rich?
I would say if more poor people used financial tactics like purchasing cheaper phones and not being tied into like a series of debt, I would say, yeah, that on average, they would probably be able to pull themselves out of poverty because they're not making bad financial decisions.
I think I don't know, you guys. I just want to like off the rip say something because I missed this. But tell me who I agree with and who I disagree with. I think the thing with poverty, and even from my own experience, I think when you have been incredibly impoverished, I think that kind of is an effect that causes you to make bad financial decisions. So when I look back in my life, when I used to be like a very broke person, when I would get money, right, it would be like, well, I'm already kind of doomer pilled because it's like I don't see a way to like climb to the top. So then it's like I'm more likely to spend that money on stuff that I'm just trying to live for today. So I don't think that's an intrinsic thing with me back when I was, super broke. still not wealthy, but back when I was like very down bad, right? It's like, I think it was a poverty condition that would cause me to use that money poorly. So I think handing people a bunch of money, I think if you handed me a bunch of money back in the day, yeah, I'd be like, well, fuck, unless it's like so much money that I can like buy a house or like, figure out a way out of the situation, right? But if it's like, if someone gave me like 20 grand back in the day, I'd probably just like fucking blow it on like, cause I'm like, well, fuck, I'll just like live for today cause I see no future for myself. And I think a lot of people in poverty see that. Who do I don't know who I agree with between you and Ryan on this actually. So that's why I want to say first, because I don't want to.
I don't necessarily. Yeah, I don't necessarily. I'm not. Again, I don't think that like just like redistribution alone is going to like solve poverty. I think this would have to have like other structural changes to like it's just not the only problem is that people don't have cash in their pockets, but it certainly is like a big problem. But
do you think it would solve things though? I guess is what I'm at. Like if you gave. Because I'm not trying to disparage poor people, but if you gave just like all the homeless people or anyone who is like very, very like rate just in survival mode, if you gave them, let's say 10K, like again, just from my personal experience, I wouldn't have spent it on something good. And so
I think most people would this is my gut is that most people would at least pay off like some of the debts they have and stuff and some things that they need to spend it on. Like they might use other amounts of it for like they might be a little bit more frivolous with other.
Do you not see what I'm saying though? I don't know what your situation is.
I don't think it's gonna like I don't think just throwing a bunch of money at people is gonna like yank them out of poverty. I'm not like again. Well, I never argued that though. So.
No, I know. I'm just wondering if you think if they're gonna spend it in good ways, because I guess my position is I think poverty again causes you to have a bad mindset, a poverty mindset.
Yeah. What do you mean good ways?
Again, and I'm just speaking from, maybe I am a degenerate, but like back when I was like, when I'm like, hand to mouth kind of stuff, if I get like, let's say $300, I'm like, I don't see a way out of this cycle that I'm in. So like, yeah, I'll buy some cigarettes, I'll buy some alcohol, I might buy some other illicit substances, and because I'm just like, look, I don't see a future, so I'm just going to live right in the moment. Right. And I don't think that's I think that's kind of a natural thing that poverty does to people. I don't think impoverished people are like intrinsically financially retarded. I think a lot of them are just like put in that position from poverty.
Gold teeth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that like that is like that kind of behavior could be like more likely to happen if you're like already impoverished because of the things you just described. I mean, I don't see that. Yeah, I mean that could, but I don't know. Yeah, I still think that like I believe. It's been a long time since I've seen this, but my understanding is that there is data that suggests that like when poor people get cash specifically, that they tend to spend it on the things that they directly need. Like they take care of their kids, they, spend like pay their bills. I don't know.
Let me add this thought. So, let's say there's a program that does redistribute this wealth. And so the smartest way for a lot of these poor people to then get out of the situation they're in would be, probably start a high savings or a high interest savings account, or by putting it into a 401k. But on average, I don't think a high percentage of people are going to do that just because they don't know to do that. And it's not going to be something that saves them overnight. It's going to be something that they're going to have to build on to get themselves out of the poverty level that they're in. And I don't think
poor person's investing.
They're probably not going to.
They're not like because you can't be. But I mean, maybe an amount of money, like maybe if the redistribution was like 200,000, then maybe.
Well, I mean, I guess imagine this. Imagine there's some redistributed wealth, right? And then you get some portion of it in a cash injection, and the other you get in some secured account in your name, and that's something, and you can't access it immediately, but like later on,
like a child.
Sure.
I mean, sometimes you got to treat people like children.
Actually, I think Ryan. That's a goated idea that Ryan had. I hate that. Don't quote me on that. But I actually think that is.
I do believe we are a nation of children. Most people are pretty much.
I wouldn't take that away from rich people.
You look like a high school bully, dude.
I love the hat, Bradley. I love the fucking hat you're rocking right now. The sideways tilt.
Doyle rules.
Let me tell you this policy, and y'all tell me what y'all think.
I have a feeling your whole family's going down.
So I heard someone mention that the moment a child is born, if we put $1,000 into a high interest savings account and do that through taxpayers' money, and then by the time they reach 18, they get access to this account that could help with either college or however they want to, I guess, engage with the world. Do you think that would be a beneficial strategy to help, I guess, counter some of the poverty we see in America?
I think yes. I would say emphatically yes.
Yeah, sure.
But that kind of contradicts a lot of, I guess, my people on the right. A lot of people on the right would just look at this as another form of socialism. But I really think this would be a good starter to kind of help, I guess, help counter some of the loss of the middle class that we see.
I think so.
Take that money from me. If it's up to a vote, I'm not giving my vote. Please don't take that money from me. No.
Okay. We'll take it from Bradley. But I will say,
don't worry, we don't do direct democracy here. We'll just get congressional candidates in who are going to do it regardless of how you feel about it.
And plus, it's a lot better than sending your money to some war-torn country to help save them when your country's struggling in itself. It's just
I think what it's better than is like so. I don't know what America's situation is right now on how much child tax benefit you get if you have a kid, because I've been in Canada for too long.
I know the child tax credits expired like towards the end of the Biden administration. But there was a minute where like childhood was it
obesity?
The child tax credits under Biden, like before they expired, they were I believe like phenomenal in the effect they had, like for how much they pulled children.
Do you guys not get anything if you have a child now?
No. I get like $10,000.
There are benefits, but it's a lot less than what it was under that.
I think my state's at 45, and I think my federal is another 45, and I think on top of that would be my contributions through work. So I get about $10,000.
Okay, so it is actually okay. This is something I don't know because again, I've been in Canada too long. In Canada, if you have a kid, you get direct money into your account every month, right? And it's quite generous. But I guess I think Big Soda's idea might be better, because the problem with that is if you get money directly into your account, then it's like not all of that money is necessarily going to the child, right? Especially in Canada, it's quite generous. I think it's more than the cost that the child costs, unless you're putting them in like very expensive programs. And so I think it would be better to put some of that money, I don't know how the rest of the panel feels about this, but into what Big Soda proposed, not his proposal, but just him saying like he asked the panel about this. I think it would be better to secure some of that money for later. Instead of right now, the situation, at least in Canada, is that money goes to the parents, and then the parents decide how much they want to spend on a kid and how much they want to spend on cigarettes. There's no oversight on that. It's just like, it's a cash deposit that comes into your account monthly. And like, that's putting a lot of trust in people. And yes, I think people will like take care of the basic needs, but I don't think people are beyond like being like, hey, okay, well, I can use $400 for my kid and I'll use the other $600 for myself. Okay, Bradley.
The only counter would be, oh, my bad.
Sorry. Yeah. What I thought you were saying, Soda, is that you want every kid to get $1,000. So there's a lot of kids out there. I think that would be a big proposal, and that'd be a lot of money for each kid. Every time somebody has a kid, for them to get $1,000 in their trust fund or whatever.
Didn't Trump actually literally like propose there was a policy under the Trump administration that would have offered women, I think $3,000 or something for having kids, like every time you have a child.
It would probably cost the same as one of the stimulus bills we passed, and we passed probably. I don't know. It'd probably be the same price as a continuing resolution that we do every 4 years.
That's probably a terrible policy, though.
Or
right?
8 years.
We want to fix the birth rate, and we want to help people having kids, but there is also.
I agree. It's a shit policy. Yeah.
Yeah. There is people that
should be way more money.
Well, no. Okay. So there's the rub.
There is kids just because they know they'll get money for them,
right? And I don't know. I don't know the stats on this, but there are people.
There's actually a lot of shitty people.
That's what I mean,
there.
and I don't know the stats, so I don't like. I don't want to. Maybe this is like a minority of cases, but there are what they call right, like welfare queens, right, where you keep popping out babies, you keep getting money, and that is the most economically beneficial thing that you can do. And if they get taken away by CPS, then it doesn't matter because you already got that stimulus money.
Yeah.
And it's like, so I don't know what percent of people do that.
A lot of percent.
I mean, guess. Let's guess. Okay, how many people do you think are popping out kids and they don't care if someone takes those kids away from them?
A lot.
Percent of the general population, very low.
Percentage of poor people.
I am saying no. I say a lot. There is a lot of people now doing that.
I would say it depends how we define poor.
Yeah, this sounds like Bradley's trauma dumping.
The problem is it seems to be increasing.
I would say if they're radically poor, I would say like 10%. That's my guess.
I think 10% of the relevant
are popping out babies, and they don't care if anyone takes their babies away.
No, if there was a big incentive, if there was a big fiscal incentive to do that, yes.
Okay, so you're saying in a hypothetical world that 10% of people would do this.
or for a real stat, this is my guess, but in Canada, because we have a robust child tax benefit, yes, I would say of the radically poor, yeah, I would say that would be my guess. 10% of people.
Are you insane? It's literally happening. It is already happening a lot. Are you insane?
Wait, Bradley, do you think Bradley, do you think I'm underestimating or overestimating with my 10% number?
You're underestimating. There's a lot.
Does anybody have like any? I mean, you guys, if you're Bradley, if you're saying this is happening right now, do you have like how did you come to that conclusion? Can you walk us through it?
Everything. Watching hoarders videos. There's so many fucking.
You watch hoarders.
Everyone.
Your citation is hoarders.
That was just a joke.
Is it?
Sort of. I've seen it on there, but yeah.
Okay, so
body cam video. Live body cam videos of this year, multiple people.
But it's hard to know, Bradley. It is
all these fucking people having kids just so they get money.
Right, but yes,
Bradley, in real life. I know, not in a fucking fictional show. Body cam footage of this year.
Bradley, brother. But me, okay. So I've been in poor neighborhoods and I see it happen a lot. But it's hard to extrapolate that to the general population, right? Like, so I've seen it happen in real time, in real life, of people doing this. But it's very difficult to like get a stat on that, right? It's very difficult to like estimate. Like, and so my 10%, it could be lower. I have no fucking idea. Like, I have no idea.
It's not when it's a lot. It's not when it's a lot. You don't have to. What's the number? Is when it's a lot. It doesn't matter. It's a lot. That's the number. A lot.
So okay. So what is So beyond the memes, like so if hoarders is a joke, like what? Because I've like I said, I've been in poor neighborhoods. I've seen this happen. But where are you getting this from?
People getting arrested with their fucking children, using them as a fucking excuse. You can't. I know, but
you can't, Bradley, brother. You can't look at like select body cam
like that.
That's like conservative bait. You can't look at that.
Please don't arrest me. My children need me is proof that they don't care about their kids. What?
Yes, using them to try to get away from being arrested from shoplifting at Walmart. Yes, that's proof of you not giving a shit about your kids. And I've seen, again, the word is a lot.
I know, but what do we mean by there's a lot of videos, but in a population of like hundreds of millions of people, you could have a lot of videos of like anything, right? Like that's kind of the problem.
Not when the majority is doing the majority of these things. The minority is doing the majority of these things. That doesn't make sense.
Are you talking like racially, or where are we going? Where are we going with this right now?
Well, black people are disproportionately poor.
What you were just asking me about. Didn't you just ask me that?
Not.
What did you just ask? What did you just ask me?
I asked you. I think I asked you what are you basing this off of? Is it like you've seen this personally a lot? You've seen this
videos that I've seen. Again, the word is a lot.
He saw body cams.
I know, but yeah. And my answer, Bradley, is that there's what's the population of the U.S. Like 350 million people. You could
hundreds of people.
You'd have it's at least hundreds of people. You could have so many body cams, right? So it's like I don't know if we can make good conclusions about just based on like body, because obviously there's going to be some people that do that, but like
no, not some, a lot. Again,
I know, but it's a population of hundreds of millions of people. Do you know how much body cam? You can prove anything with like body cam footage, right? You could or any videos.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. So I will counter it with this. Do you know the saying, when you see one rat, that doesn't mean it's just one. There's millions around. So again, I'm seeing a lot of these videos. So if I'm seeing one, if I'm seeing 10, if I'm seeing 50, if I'm seeing 50 of these videos, that means there's what? There's probably 100 of it happening not on video.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about body cam footage, or like you're looking at like.
You just asked me, and I fucking told you it's a lot.
Okay, well, okay, thank you. We heard you. Yes, we heard you. Thank you. I know. Yes, we heard you.
We're done.
I'm not gonna stop.
So
when we're talking about body cam footage, we're talking about people's like literally their worst moments, right?
It's body cam.
I don't give a shit. I'm not debating you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not debating you. I don't know what you're talking about. But like we're talking about body cam footage. We're talking about people's like worst moments, you know, like I don't know that we can cast such like massive judgment about like somebody we see having a bad day while they're being arrested. Like I don't know about that extrapolation there. I don't know how logical that is.
Multiple occurrences. Always multiple occurrences. Always.
I know, but okay.
Actually, not a bad day.
The problem is, and this is anti Ryan right now. Okay, Ryan said yesterday he had seen multiple videos of people who are not ICE identified agents arresting people. Right. And that was my argument. So I have to apply it equally both ways. I said to Ryan, I said, well, how many videos and what percent, like, do we have any data on what's happening here? And I think Ryan would agree on that. I think, right? Like we can see a bunch of videos, but we don't know the percent of like how often this is happening and to what degree
just citing the videos. I wouldn't just cite the videos. I would point to all the ongoing court cases about what I'm describing.
Sure. Okay. That's fair. And I guess so that's Bradley. That's what I'm asking then, I guess, of you. We can't just go on videos. Again, the US has hundreds of millions of people in it.
And also SOAR is really good now.
Why can't I?
Because you could
find you're just gonna look kind of dumb.
You could find like body cam. You could find body cams of like anything you wanted to like pinpoint. From like pick any race you hated, pick any ethnicity, any religion you hated. You could find body cams, and you could make a correlation of them to like say like these people groups are like bad.
No, not that many.
You absolutely could, brother.
I disagree with you. I'm sorry, I disagree with you.
Wait, in what way? How do you disagree with that? Like, tell me what body cams you want, and I will like collate them for you if you want.
Because of what you just said. You just said that you can pick anybody, any race, any group of people, and you will find just the same amount. And I disagree with you. I think that's not true.
I'm not saying the same amount, but you, Bradley, you can't find like all of the body cams. Like that's an impossible task. I'm saying that you could pick any like people group, and I could find probably like 50 body cam videos of showing them acting up in a bad way, right?
I just said I disagree with you with that. That's what I was talking about. I disagree that you will not find the amount the same. That's what I disagree with.
No, but I feel like I
just
said the opposite of that. I just said the opposite. I said because we don't know the total amount. I'm saying I could find. Let me try to clarify. I'm saying I could find, if you picked any people group, any rich, poor, black, white, I could find probably 50 body cams of that group acting up on a body cam because there's so many people. The population size, we're dealing with such a big sample size that on any metric you wanted to like grade things on, I could find probably 50 for that.
You didn't say that any differently. I know exactly what you're saying, and I disagree with you.
I guess which group? What group do you not think I could find 50 body cam videos on?
Amish.
Okay, actually, okay. Maybe you got me on that. I actually haven't seen an
Japanese.
Amish
Can you find 10 videos of Japanese people fighting in an airport? 10. Can you find 10 videos?
That's very specific.
Asian people. I don't know if you necessarily Japanese, but
I don't know if I can tell. I don't know if I can tell my Asians apart like well enough to know, To be real with you.
All right,
with that incredible defeating argument, I think I'm gonna bounce. But Tom, it's been a pleasure.
I'll try and shut up. Do you want to say?
No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving because you annoy me or anything. I talk to people who are like fucking insane all the time, so it's not like a big deal. But like I literally have to go.
Yeah, Ryan talks to a lot worse people than us. Okay, that's where we can take our W's. Okay?
Yeah. Hey, look, I don't care what everyone says about you guys. All right, I agree with it all. All right,
it's good to meet you, Ryan.
Brother.
You too, Hasan Soda.
He looks like Fez from that '70s show.
He does kind of.
What's his name?
Ryan is always a good time though. Ryan gets a lot of hate, but he's a fun guy to talk to. He's a fun guy to talk to. Okay,
I just agree with you.
No,
that was a spirited discussion, right? That was good. That was good.
It's fine. It's all good.
I missed it. How did it turn to body cams?
No one was calling anybody asshole or idiots or.
Yeah, that's what I mean. No ad homs. It's just like it's just a good.
Nobody's threatening anybody to fight them or nothing. No.
Yeah, and God, Bradley, you should have seen what happened on my stream last night. It was a bad. It was a bad. Actually, I shouldn't bring that up, but I mishandled it. It was a bad situation, brother. It was bad. It was bad.
He got cut.
Now you have to.
He got stuck.
I let a guy come up who insulted not in a gay way, in a normal way. And yeah, he insulted a lot of panelists, and I didn't remove him in time. I was trying to make sense of it all. And so it was.
Did he corn bomb?
No, he was just incredibly like ad hom to people that I care about on the panel, that people like show up often.
He was making sexual remarks to women, and it was making them very uncomfortable. And Confluence was just stuck there in the headlights.
I was kind of deer in the headlights, and yeah, I didn't take my Marilyn is here. Marilyn says shit show. Yeah, it was an absolute shit show. Okay, so that's what I mean. Ryan, I'll take a million Ryans compared to one of that dude. Okay, because like Ryan, like he debates and like he makes me a little ornery sometimes, but it's like at least it's but that's very different than someone who comes in who just wants to like hassle everything and just like fuck everything up. So
I felt like I was doing that for a second, so I apologize.
No, you weren't. Look, if anyone's like debating normally, that's like I'll let that shit ride. Yeah. But it's when there's like a degree of toxicity, and I have to learn when to like shut that shit down. And it's like that's a lesson I hopefully I've learned from yesterday.
I'm not very knowledgeable. I don't know a lot of fucking shit. But if I think something sounds weird, I'm gonna say, hey, this sounds weird. I don't, I disagree with this, and I can leave it at that. I can understand that there might not be information that I don't know, so I'm just gonna have to. That's why I was saying I just would disagree. I'm just gonna disagree. that's just me.
Yeah, and that's fair. I'll take any disagreement anytime, and
But I got kicked off of a true crimes fucking show because I was disagreeing with. They're talking about this one case where this guy like killed a bunch of college kids. He walked in, like fucking stabbed them in the middle of the night, and they're saying, oh, it was this and that, and there's people going in and out of the house all the time and whatnot. But they were saying that I was saying these kids are probably completely drunk and they're half asleep because they're asleep while they were being attacked. And they're like, no, if you're attacked, you're going to wake up. That's going to sober you right up. And I'm like, well, that's not how alcohol works. You don't just get, you want to think that, or that might be a saying, but no, you don't just sober right up.
No.
No.
There's like an amount of drunkenness where you can like kind of pull yourself back a bit and sober up, but there's also an amount where no, you're like fucking lights out, and ain't nothing gonna bring you back from that.
I'm not saying it's impossible. Maybe you might be able to defend yourself, but no, you're not gonna instantly turn into Jackie Chan if somebody fucking
right.
Yeah. half asleep and drunk. No. And I said, like, are we debating how alcohol works? And that's what they kicked me off for. I'm like, come on.
Okay, Blood is saying the Idaho 4. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that's the one. And I'm like, I'm not getting fucking crazy. You have to kick me out because I just had a different opinion. I heard something that didn't make sense. So I'm like, no.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know about this. How long ago was this?
A little. It was a while ago, maybe a couple months. When I was on the podcast.
No, I mean no. The actual like incident, like the slaying.
Maybe a year ago, more than a year, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear about this at all.
Yeah, it's a weird case.
Yeah, and Michelle Hunt says adrenaline counters alcohol. It does, but only to a degree. If you are super, super, super drunk, then there's no amount of adrenaline that's going to turn you into Jackie Chan.
Let's take alcohol out of it. There's some people who will sit there and be attacked just because they're so caught in the moment and don't know what to do.
Right. I was watching. There's this channel I love. I can't remember what his name is now. Oh, I can't remember. Armchair Violence, I think is his name. And he's like he's kind of a small creator, but he's like super good. He's like a jiu-jitsu guy and he talks about all this stuff. And he did like this whole review of weirdly, we were talking like body cam and stuff. He did a whole review of body cam and just like, I guess like pedestrian cameras of knife attacks. And he analyzed like 200 or 300 of these like knife attacks. And he categorized them into people's reactions. And the terrifying thing is one of the most common reactions to being attacked with a knife, fully sober, is to run a little bit and then stop and let yourself be stabbed to death. And that's what he saw on all these. He reviewed all these, and it's like, and he's showing it. It's like it's blurred out because it's on YouTube. But it's like, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the human instinct isn't what I think people often think it is. Like everyone thinks they're gonna go into like some like martial arts combat mode, or they think they're just gonna run and keep running. But no, the most common thing is just like running and stopping. And I don't know why. I think we're not used to that level of like hyper violence in the modern world. And so I don't think we're like, unless you're like trained in that way, it's just not gonna happen.
You just have to find out what's going on, like, because you're stabbed, and if you don't see yourself getting stabbed or something, like, you don't know what the fuck that is. You don't know what that sensation, and like sometimes the body, the adrenaline and everything, you don't really feel it the same way, so you don't know what the fuck is going on. You're like,
I think people misunderstand or misjudge this. I just in my neighborhood recently, this happened where it's a grocery store that I commonly go into. And just the other day, someone was walking into that store and they got mauled by a dog, and they were like brutally mauled, and they needed like 50 stitches. And it's like, yeah, in my mind, it's like, I'm like, oh yeah, if I had to fight a dog, what would I do? But the problem is, when I'm walking into that grocery store, I'm not thinking about a dog attacking me. So I think people undervalue the amount of shock you'd be in if I'm just like, because if I'm walking into that store, I'm thinking about like, so I'm not thinking about any dog attacking me, and all of a sudden a fucking dog's on top of me. Like, I think people don't realize the amount of shock that puts your body in, and the amount of like, it's not logical. You're just like fucked at that point. You're like, that dog knows what he's doing. He chose to attack you. You do not definitionally know what's happening. You're being mauled all of a sudden. It's the same with a knife attack. It's like if you're like people always think that you're like squaring up with someone, right? You're like, okay, let's go. I'm ready. I'm mentally prepared. But that's not how like knife attacks normally happen. It's not how dog attacks normally happen, right?
It's the same thing that fucking Mike Tyson says. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Right, exactly.
You don't know what the fuck is going on.
Right. Right. And this is in some ways even worse than that, because it's like, at least in that example, you have a plan, you're going to the fight, and then you get punched. But with like, if you're being like stabbed randomly, or you're getting like dog mauled, you're being hit off guard for the first blow. You're fucked. You're fucked.
Well, think about that woman on the train, the Ukrainian woman.
Yes.
Like everyone watched it. They didn't know what the fuck was going on. To be honest, she didn't know what the fuck was going on. It took her like a good 30 seconds to realize, holy fuck, I just got stabbed.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was dead.
Because I think she had like headphones on, right?
Yeah.
She's like thinking about like her life, her future. She's thinking about a podcast she's listening to. She's listening to music. She's vibing out. It's like nothing. Yeah, and everyone thinks that they will act a certain way in these things, but like, I don't think people do. It's like, it's so utterly jarring. And yeah, to think of it as like, oh, I'm going into a battle with this guy. It's like, okay, well, yeah, now you're mentally prepared. That's different. But yeah, you're sitting on a train where you're in a commute. You know, it's like it's not gonna happen the same way. It's not gonna play out the same way.
I don't know if they said like how long it takes. Do you remember the movie Reservoir Dogs?
Yes.
Everybody seen that? Did you see that?
I haven't seen it.
No. It's not American, so I don't know.
You gotta see that. Anyways, there's a guy that gets shot in the stomach, and they tell him, you might wish you're gonna die, but you won't die right away. It takes 24 hours to die from a gunshot wound to the stomach. And it's like, you're gonna sit there and bleed for a long fucking time. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what I was thinking about. Like, how do you not do something? Like, there's time. She had time to say, hey, I'm bleeding out. And like, but
your body goes into shock, right? Like if you get stabbed and you start bleeding out, you're like, right, you're not in like a normal mental state at all.
No, that's why like, you can't say that you know exactly what's going to happen when you know exactly what's going to happen when somebody gets stabbed. Okay, what are you, Ed Gein? The fuck out of here! You don't know what's going to happen.
Can you waste like crucial time that you need to kind of? You waste a lot of time assessing the situation, and a lot of people aren't the best at assessing situations. So it takes them longer to figure out, holy fuck, I just got stabbed. I don't quite feel it, you know. I don't know what's going on. This guy just threw his arm over my shoulder, and seconds later, you could be dead.
Yeah, and
that's fucking terrible. I would hate to realize that I just got stabbed.
That is a terrible realization. And that's the thing. The only people, like so many, and this is something I think that happens on the conservative side, is a lot of people talk a lot of game about shit like this. And it's like, I've never been stabbed, so I'm not saying I'm the part that would be in shock. I will admit that. And the only people that can talk, I think, are people that have been in like those type of like actual combat situations. If you then sure, if you've been stabbed before, you've been shot before, then you have like some license to speak on that. You probably know what it's like.
But do you think that, because remember how you said that you looked up the stats, and most people, they will run and then they'll stop. Do you think that now that we know that, we might not do that?
I don't think so, because the problem is like right now, because so it's in my mind because we're talking about it. So right now, maybe if someone like came at me with a knife
right now,
I would, right, in this exact moment. But like, yeah, like 72 hours from now, I'm probably not going to be thinking about this. I'm going to be like, I'm going to just be like thinking about something. Yeah, and I'm going to be like, oh my god, a guy with a knife, and like I don't have the perspicacity to like evaluate that situation. Like I think you have to. I mean, this is what they say about martial arts, which I agree with. Martial arts is only good when it's pressure tested, right? It has to be pressure tested. And that's why I think jiu-jitsu, I think, is one of the best martial arts. And shout out Guam, who is, I can't remember if he's blue belt, but he is trained in jiu-jitsu. I'm only a lowly yellow belt, okay, in jiu-jitsu, but it's something that at least it's like, okay, if someone like tackled me, I think I would have the wherewithal because I've been in that situation enough times that I think I'd be able to do something. But being like having a knife stuck in your gut, I mean, that's a totally different situation. That's just like not at all the same, you know? And I don't know, you can't really pressure test that unless you're willing to get stabbed. Like you can only like cosplay it so much without being actually stabbed to know what it's like.
On the other side of that spectrum, I seen a video of an old guy getting shot multiple times and still pursuing the guy and getting to leave the store or doing something to him after he was fucking shot. Like keep going. Like, there's some things like you don't feel it, and
some people have that mentality where they're quick to be able to respond to like distressing situations.
Yeah. I don't know what the X factor is in determining that. I mean. Sometimes it's like drugs, because I've seen. I mean, speaking of, we were talking about body cam, right? We've probably all seen people that are on like PCP and meth and shit, and they get shot like 4 times by the cops, and they're still going after that cop's gun, and they've been shot like 4 or 5 times, and they don't give a fuck. They didn't
put those videos on YouTube.
You got the guy that was eating that woman's face and then gets shot 4 times before he runs at the police officer.
Right. Yeah. It's like that happens where it's like it's insane. And it's like, so some of it is like probably drug induced, and some of it is maybe just genetics, or maybe you've been through enough. Maybe the guy you were talking about, Bradley, like, who knows? Maybe he's like a vet. And so, yeah, he can react under that type of like radical pressure. It's like, yeah, it's hard to know. But for the average, I guess I hate when the average civilian, like myself, I am an average civilian, will say that, or if I was in this situation, I would do X, Y, and Z, and I would like do all this stuff. It's like, you don't fucking know. You don't know. No one knows.
I'd do it.
Bradley would do it, and Bradley would get him. He would remember his kung fu. His Krav Maga training would kick in instantly.
Rip his hide out with Eat it.
I mean, I just watched today a random video of Grace Thorpe being attacked by us. I don't know if anyone knows who that is, but attacked by one of her someone she was stalking. Do you guys know who Grace Thorpe is?
Wait, she was stalking someone?
She was stalking somebody. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can pull this video up.
Skull?
I'm gonna see if because this is a hilarious video.
By the power of Grayskull. What was her name?
Her name is Grace Thorpe.
By the power of Grace Thorpe.
Big Soda, do you know who that is?
I do. I know both her and her father.
Oh, I can't find it. Oh, it's so fire. It's so fire. But it kind of proves the example. It's like Grace apparently showed up to a place where she was trying to stalk somebody, is what I got from this. And the other person was not happy with this, and it just attacked her, and it was just chaos. Because it's like, if you don't expect someone to attack you, then you're not mentally prepared, and like the body just doesn't do what we would want the body to do. When you're like, if you're like just attacked out of the blue, you don't respond in the way you'd hope you'd respond. At least for most people. I mean, again, there's some people that have the training. Okay, Fluzzy B. Oh, we know Grace. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we all know Grace. Okay, actually, we're gonna go back to the Hasan video. We all down with that?
Yeah, no, I'm down.
Okay.
Before Ryan rudely ran us off track. No,
yeah, what the hell, Ryan? Crazy times.
Crazy. Lucky behavior.
I thought it was my fault. My bad.
Higher wages on average on the H-1B visa program, because if you lose your job, you get deported. Nobody wants to get deported, so they will do everything in their power to stay and work as hard as they physically possibly can. So this creates an environment where I think our bosses, our capital owners in America, are like, why would I get an American worker who is in comparison to an Indian worker that's coming into the country that is desperate to keep this job? Why would I hire the American worker? I can pay the same fee to the Indian worker, or even a higher fee, as a matter of fact, the Indian worker, because I know
H-1B?
that he is going to work harder than the American labor force. So there is this competition.
Yeah.
Why would I hire someone who probably have to hire if an American person, it's going to demand certain things, is not going to work as good, is going to be able to have a union to go to or whatever. And on this person, they said that, has to have a job, has to be here, cannot afford to lose their job, will get deported. So then their employee can basically make them do whatever. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, that's what I'm hearing too. So is Hasan? I don't want to agree with Hasan on something, but is he discrediting the H-1B visa? Is he talking about the abuses, the same abuses that we were talking about earlier? At least me and Big Soda. I think this is pre-Bradley. I think.
I think so. I think it's pre-Ryan too.
Yeah. This is way back. Is Hasan agreeing with us? That's what I want to figure out here. Maybe he is. Maybe this is like some. You guys know about horseshoe theory? You guys ever heard of this?
Mm-mm.
You got? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to bring this up real quick. Okay.
Another side rant.
Okay. But this one is important. Okay.
It's not that important. It can be easily explained in like a sentence and a half.
Okay, well,
it can, but it's better with the graph. Okay,
It's better with the graph.
Okay, so we see this. Okay, so you have the center. Can you all see this? Am I sharing this correctly?
Sort of.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean there's a lot of pictures, I understand. But okay, so the idea is that you have the center here, and then you have the right, and you have the far right, and you have the left, and you have the far left, and you see how it kind of like bends in like a horseshoe. And the idea is that sometimes when you get to the extremes, you end up with the same ideology. So the I think two classic examples are Russia and Israel. So the far right does not like Israel because they're the far right broadly. Big Soda, forgive me, but like from like a meme point of view, right? The far right can sometimes be anti-Semitic, so they don't like Israel for that reason. The far left doesn't like it because they look at Israel and they see like a colonizer, colonizee kind of a metric. So they both they end up meeting from different points, but they end up meeting at the same stance of like, we don't like Israel. And same with like Russia, Ukraine. The far left approaches it from a position of like, we're communists, right? If you go like super far left, and the far right is like, well, okay, we don't like Russia for the McCarthyism reasons, and so we both are like either, or we're anti-funding or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? I feel like I'm explaining the Russia thing wrong, but like it depends on what side you look at. But yeah. So these two things can kind of align in a weird way where they don't actually agree, but they end up agreeing.
Total bullshit.
Do you not think that's true? Because I see that.
It models off the if we look at the political spectrum as a right and left issue, and we've already had the conversation of why it's not a right and left issue. There's no such thing as a far right or a far left.
We have, but I guess what I'm saying is like so someone like I guess like let's look at Hasan and Fuentes. Okay, Fuentes doesn't like Israel. Hasan doesn't like Israel, but they like them from very different sides, and they just end up like meeting at this point in the middle. But the way they got there is entirely different, right?
So you're saying is it based off just because they don't like them, because they dislike them for different reasons?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, they dislike them for different reasons. So Nick Fuentes is going down this path of like why he doesn't want Israel, and he doesn't want Israel intervention in our foreign policy, and he might maybe he gets a little anti-Semitic, let's say, right? So he ends up not liking Israel. And then someone like Hasan is like, let's say like postmodern, and he sees like everything from like oppressor and oppressee and a hierarchical structure, and he doesn't like that. So then he sees like Israel, Gaza, and he's like, well, I hate Israel because Israel is being the oppressor against Gaza. So they both end up hating Israel, but for completely different reasons, but they unionize at that horseshoe point.
So Ted Cruz is far right because he doesn't like Iran.
I'm not trying to say anyone is like as far. I'm just saying you agree with what I'm saying. I'm not trying to, like, I understand the far left and far right. I get from our previous talk. I think we both agree it's oversimplified. But if we look at two examples of someone on like if we go to the extremes of like a bad empanada and then like a neo-Nazi, again, they both hate Israel, but for completely, utterly different reasons. But they are unionized on their hatred of Israel. So that would be an example of horseshoe theory.
Someone from the far left is the kind of people that dress up in inflatable frog costumes and go against ICE. They do protests against ICE.
Right, and actually, you can imagine someone on the far right that's like ANCAP that also hates ICE. Even in that example, you could at least imagine someone from Big Soda, we were talking about yesterday, the bottom right quadrant, right? That's like an ANCAP person that they hate all establishment, and they hate ICE as well. And now they're in a strange union with the far left guy who hates ICE for completely different reasons, but they end up kind of like sharing a common cause, right?
But to be fair, all the people that are doing that share the same messaging and same belief as the establishment left. So it's like all the far left people who are protesting ICE. It's the same thing that the establishment left is telling them the same reasons why they do it.
Sure,
so is the entire left far left, or is it just that these people particularly agree on an issue?
I guess what I'm saying is someone like Fuentes and Hasan they both would like never. I mean, Fuentes would probably talk to Hasan, but Hasan was never talk to Fuentes, right? They are like diametrically opposed on whatever axis you want to put it on, but they do agree on like Israel bad. So
I think they're closer than you think. I think they're closer than you think.
Hmm.
Hasan Piker and Nick Fuentes?
Yes. Yes, I think they're radically. If you pull up the graph, I can show you why they're closer than you think.
They're lizard people.
Why? What? Okay, what quadrant?
Okay,
should I pull up the graph?
Both Hasan and Nick Fuentes both agree in a certain level of authority, like using force to justify, or using force to get their political will. One's more on left issues like raising taxes, on like gun control, on like state-run economics. That would be Hasan. And Nick Fuentes, similar situation, except it would lean more to the right. I mean, he would use force to enact his political will. He would be more for, I guess, socialistic policies that benefit Americans, not foreigners. He would be. He's endorsed both Stalin and no, I don't think Mao. I think it's Lenin and Stalin, because he agrees with their economic situation, but it should only apply to Americans.
Right, but from what you're saying,
I gotta get out of here, you guys. Have a good night. Sorry.
Hey, boss. Good talking to you.
Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love.
All right, good to see you, Bradley.
I'll be back.
Because zoom in on this graph, and I'll show you where they are. Nick Fuentes is going to be high on the right side, not too far on the right side. It's going to be closer to the center social line, and Nick's going to be on the right, and Hasan's going to be on the left, but it's going to be close to that center line. They're not going to be in the far aspect of it.
You know, I mean, Hasan in
Do you
his
think
very
Nick
video.
Fuentes is a free market guy?
No. But I'm saying Hasan is like openly advocating for like communism. So I think like Hasan. I don't know if you can see my mouse.
Well,
I think
it
Hasan
seems like he's openly advocating for
China.
China's market, or China's side of economics, which would be closer to the center than it would be, let's say Joseph Stalin's USSR. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I guess I just think Hasan is like, I think he's just trying to, when he says China, I think he misunderstands China's economy.
But see, well, you could say he don't really understand communism, but he's given something that he supports, and that would be China's style of communism. Okay. And so that would be closer to the center than it would be to the far left.
So if you can see my mouse, let's say Hasan is here, and let's say Fuentes is here, but they still, do you agree that they kind of dip into agreement in a strange way, where they both, I don't know which direction to go on this, but they both end up either from the top or the bottom, I'm not really sure right now, but they both end up in the anti-Israel category, even though one is over here and one, even if they're not like super far, they're still like antipodal from each other, right? And like, they both end up in the same place.
Can you say that about any 2 points? Like, so let's say if you go a little bit to the left on the center line, like if you go to the very center and you go a little bit left and a little bit right, wouldn't those people agree on a lot of aspects that would look like a horseshoe effect?
Well, yeah, I mean, anything you would name, then I would agree that is definitionally the horseshoe effect.
Yep. And so that don't make sense, because it's not them becoming so far left and so far right that they agree. It's just them being close on the political spectrum that they agree.
But they're not close. I mean, again, you just said Fuentes is like over here, let's say, and Hamas Piker is over here. But they somehow, what do they agree?
I
wouldn't because of a horseshoe. You know,
I wouldn't put them right there. I would put them. Okay, so you see the blue arrow.
Yeah.
The very top arrow that's pointing up. I would say if you were to go maybe a centimeter, maybe 2 centimeters to the left, and 2 or maybe 3 centimeters to the right, that's where they would place in the economic or in the political system. So they're actually a lot closer than you would think.
I know they're closer, but like, okay, I guess my point is like okay, so I guess why is it this is kind of the crux of horseshoe theory. Me and Hasan, we don't agree on Israel at all, And that's because I'm not horseshoed enough to bend around to his point of view. So Hasan is broadly like anti-Israel, but because I'm like center right and I fall in like somewhere around here, if you can see my mouse, right, then it's like, so I'm not, if I did go further, if I was like Fuentes paled, then I would probably wrap around and at least me and Hasan would agree on Israel. But right now, me and Hasan don't agree on Israel, and that's because we're not opposite enough to have the horseshoe effect come into effect.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you're on that middle line going left to right. Is someone on the far side of the left at the very tip and the far side of the right, is there a horseshoe effect?
I think it depends on the issue. On pure economics, no. But I think certain strange issues, then you do wrap around. And I think that's why the horseshoe effect is a thing. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't happen. Like if we look at this graph, you shouldn't have someone over here that agrees someone over here. But on certain issues, because of how, I think because it's like a multi-dimensional graph, you end up with these weird horseshoe things where, again, I think the best example is Israel, where the people who are like, even if I can't define far right precisely, right? If we take someone who is like Andrew Anglin or something, right? Like someone who is like very much like on the right and anti-Semitic, let's say he just doesn't like them, right? You know, the guy that, I think I'm saying his name right, the guy that like was the editor for like the Daily Stormer. Yeah. Right, that guy's like anti-Semitic as fuck, right? Hasan is coming at it from a more like cocked postmodern point of view, where he's like, you know, again, like Gaza and Israel, he sees like one is oppressing the other, the colonizer, the colonizee, and so both sides are coming to it for a different reason. So that's all I'm trying to say. They're uniting,
I don't think it'd be a horseshoe effect,
reasons.
I don't think it'd be a horseshoe effect. I would think it would just be an instance in where two opposing sides agree. But we see a lot of that.
I guess,
but it wouldn't be a horseshoe effect because of how far they are on the spectrum. It would just mean.
Why?
You get what I'm saying?
Why I think it's a horseshoe? I think is if I moved, like at least the colloquial definition of right. If I went more to the right, like right now, let's say I'm like kind of around a Ben Shapiro. I'm kind of like neocon coded, right? If I moved further right and I'm in like Gavin McGinnis territory, and I move into Fuentes and I move into Andrew Anglin, and then Hasan, let's say he goes even further left and he moves into Bad Empanada territory, then then the farther we both go, the more we will align on certain key topics, I guess is my only point.
Let me state this. Let's say I have the same philosophy as Ted Cruz outside of the Israel issue, but I think Israel's government is a problem. Am I still far right just because I agree with Hasan?
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to blanket terms here. I'm not saying like I think you did convince me yesterday that these terms are not like super precise when we say far right, far left. But I do still think there is a unique effect that happens where people that are opposite of each other will start to come together the more further they go in the opposite direction, either economically or socially. In both directions of the chart we're looking at, you can start to wrap around to each other.
Can't you make the same argument that two people who are closer together would come to the same came to the same conclusion?
Well, definitely. But that's I guess the whole thing about
not be.
The whole thing about the horseshoe is
that it's not the wrapping around effect. It's just two people coming to agree on an issue.
But the key thing, the horseshoe thing, is that they're coming to the same conclusion, but from completely different sides. Again, the way Andrew Anglin is coming at it is he just like to, you know, again, that's the most like kind of like neo-Nazi coded guy I can think of right now. Okay. So he's just like, he's coming at it. He's anti-Israel because he doesn't like Jews. Okay. I don't know how true that is, but like he was the Daily Stormer guy, right? He probably doesn't like Jews. So he's coming at it from that point of view. Hasan is at least from a steelman of Hasan, is coming at it from an entirely different point of view. It's not coming from a deep-seated thought that the Jews are controlling the media and the world. He's coming at it from but they still end up agreeing. So I think there is still a unique effect that happens there, right? Where the whole thing of the horseshoe is it's completely opposite reasons, but they still end up at the same conclusion, right? So their argumentation is opposite.
But I think that has nothing to do with a place on the political spectrum. I don't think that's because you're going so far right or so far left. It's just that these two difference in ideologies just so happen to share one conclusion that's right. I don't think it's because they're wrapping around a horseshoe.
Okay, that I think I can concede that, but you at least agree they're coming at it. Their argumentation would be completely different, right? It's not like you and me, let's say we're both like conservative coded. You're probably more to the right, let's say, hypothetically, than I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm center right, I'm more like a neocon. So we have overlaps, but that's not the same way that Bad Empanada has an overlap with Andrew Anglin, right? They have an overlap in a paradoxical way. I guess that's my point.
Well, see, I don't think it's paradoxical.
How is it not? One, Andrew Anglin is coming at it from a position of he thinks the Jews control the media. He thinks he's like 1930s and 40s Germany coded, right? And Hasan,
but where's the paradox? Where is it true and untrue at the same time? I guess.
I mean, I'm using paradox loosely. I guess what I mean is that their Hasan would use again the oppressee kind of motif, right? Hasan would use I mean, that's how Hasan uses everything, right? America bad, America's the colonizer. Anything America sides with is bad. I mean, you can map all of Hasan's ideology onto that, right?
And I would say that they don't agree on. They wouldn't agree the same way you're painting it. One would be like, hey, I don't want anything to do with Israel because it's a bunch of Jews. I don't want to fund them. I don't want to do anything. Versus Hasan is, hey, we're supporting one side and not supporting the other. This is unfair. And so I don't think these are the same.
But those are totally different. Those are what you just said. Those are totally different reasonings, but they come to the same conclusion.
It's two different policies. One wants to just remove itself completely from the situation. The other one wants a balance in that situation.
I agree, but they're two different policies, but they end up at the same conclusion for different reasons.
It doesn't. It's not at the same conclusion because one hates Israel because it's Jewish. The other one just doesn't like Israel because it kills people.
But they both hate Israel. They both hate Israel. That's my point. Hasan hates Israel. Hasan has literally said that. He hates Israel.
He said he hates Israel or he hates what Israel's doing.
No, he hates Israel.
So he hates Jews.
What? No, he wouldn't say that.
Okay, well, those are two different things because one person hates Jews, the other person hates Israel.
But I'm saying
those are two different things.
But it's not. It is, but it's not because Andrew Anglin hates Jews. He also hates Israel, and Hasan hates Israel for a different reason. But they unify. That's the whole point of the horseshoe thing.
I wouldn't say they would unify. I would say they wouldn't unify.
They both hate Israel, though. That's the unity.
No, because I would say if we didn't do anything with if there was no, I guess, funding Israel, the one guy probably wouldn't even have to say in anything to do with Israel. Not Hasan, but the other guy you keep mentioning. If there was no argument for funding or any aspect where we're allies with Israel, there would be no conclusion that, hey, I'm on your side because I hate Israel too. No, he would probably be like, no, I don't give a fuck. It's some country in the Middle East another country in the Middle East I don't care about.
I mean, I'm not saying they will state it in the same way, but I'm saying they both, and I guess maybe to be more precise, they're both anti-Israel, right? For the Andrew Anglin, the guy I'm saying, the anti-Semitic guy is anti-Israel, and Hasan is anti-Israel. So that's where they would agree. They both say, yes, we are anti-Israel, but they have come to that conclusion from two incredibly different point of views, right? One of them is coming from an anti-Semitic side. One of them is coming from like some postmodern oppressee dumb shit argument, right?
Yes, but I mean, I guess what I'm saying is there's also people in the dead center that also agree with these two positions, and so to me, it doesn't seem like a horseshoe effect. It just seems like people who got to an issue and they realized, oh, it's not that I'm on the side of hating Israel. It's just I don't like Israel, and so it's not one side that they agree on.
It's just it's the reasoning. I think that's what I'm trying to say, and maybe I'm not saying it in the best way, but I
think you're doing fine.
It's the reasoning that they get there. So like, yes, like anyone from the middle could also hate Israel for a bunch of reasons, but I'm saying someone who is like super on one side, they hate Israel for an entirely opposite reason, and then they unite. It doesn't have to be conceptualized as a horseshoe. It could probably be a multitude of shapes, but like I guess what I'm trying to say is there's people that Egg says double horseshoe effect. Yeah, possibly. There could be a full circle. It could be a lot of shapes, but I guess. Yeah, maybe horseshoe is an oversimplification, but I guess I mean two people can come to a weird united front where their reasoning is entirely not the same, and in some ways is antipodal, is opposite from each other, but they will still kind of wrap around to both agreeing. And again, I think we see the same thing with love for Russia, where the right has weirdly become kind of anti-Ukraine, and the left, because they're commies, are like kind of pro-Russia from the commie point of view. The right's not commie, but they kind of end up kind of both being, and that's why we see like people like Tim Pool, who is being fucking paid ruples unbeknownst to him.
Time out. You saying that like people like tankies and stuff like that, like who on the left supports Russia?
Yeah, like full tankies. Like even someone like Hasan, who said direct quote, he said Crimea River. That's what Hasan said back when the invasion happened. Hasan is like was incredibly pro-Russia. He denied that Russia was ever going to invade Ukraine. You're right. He's been very bad on the issue, and now we see people on the right too that are like are getting literally paid by Russia. Again, they might not know it, but like the Dave Rubins, the Tim Pools, the Lauren Southerns, I think was Lauren Chen, wrong name, Lauren Chen, right? They're being paid by Russia. So obviously Russia thinks that they're supporting them, but they're coming at it from two. Obviously Tim Pool is not the same as Hasan.
What does it mean to be paid by Russia?
Well, okay, so Tim Pool and Dave Rubin,
do you know the story behind that?
I do, yeah. It's from Tenet Media, which was Lauren Chen's company, and they didn't know, according to what we know from the court case, they didn't know, but Russia was still paying them through Tenet Media.
Who was paying them?
Russia.
Stop saying Russia. Who was paying them? Do you know?
Wait, what do you mean? It went direct. It was from the Russian government to Tenet Media.
Two employees of RT Media.
We already RT Media is a Russian owned. We talked about this.
Do we know? Okay, time out. So you're saying Russia made the order to, hey, go pay these companies. You have evidence that Russia said go pay these companies, or is this something that was done on their own venture?
I think I feel like we already talked that RT is a state-run media that is tightly controlled.
Wait, completely?
It doesn't.
And was it?
I feel like you're trying to distract it. It doesn't matter.
I'm not saying
Putin.
You're loosely talking.
I'm not saying Putin had to directly say it. I'm saying okay. So so if you want to say RT instead of Russia, that's fine. So
no,
RT.
I'm saying two employees from RT Media reached out to Tenet Media to pay for a licensing deal in which they could show these shows on their network.
Employees, brother. How do you think? Do you know how much they were paid?
Did you read the court documents?
Yes,
okay.
I did.
And so this is stuff you should know.
But that's what I'm asking you. Like, just think about it for a second. How does two RT employees, if that's what you're saying, and you don't think they got any money from the Kremlin, how do you think they paid millions of dollars to the what was it, like 5 people that they were giving it to? How did they? Okay. How would two people get that amount of ruples? Right, that's insane.
Okay, so do we know the payment or how RT comes to its funding? Is it all strictly through Russia?
I'm saying if it's two employees, it's obviously not two employees acting on their own. That's what my point is, right?
Well, I mean, that would require an assumption.
That there's no assumption there. I mean, I guess the assumption is they're not multi-millionaires just trying to do Kremlin propaganda on their own regard with no ties to Russia at all. I think that's a fair assumption.
How do you know?
I mean, that's the most fairest assumption I've ever made in my life, brother.
Really? Are you sure? The most fairest assumption. It would still be an assumption at the end of the day. See,
it is still. Yes. If your stance is that 2 random RT Russia Today employees were somehow, they were just like super rich, and so they were able to send buckets of cash to random people in the United States to pay tenant media, to pay people like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin to do this. I mean, that's a bigger assumption than any assumption I'm making. Like,
I'm going to ask again. Did you read the court documents?
I already said yes.
Okay, so you said yes. So these 2 employees went to Tenant Media to establish a deal between RT and these shows to license their shows. Stuff like the Culture War with Tim Pool, stuff like the Benny Johnson Show, stuff like. So you're saying that this was done by the Russian government explicitly, or was this done as a venture from RT?
It's the obvious conclusion is that it was done by the Kremlin. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So every BBC program is done through the United Kingdom telling them what to do, or
if there was 2 employees that were spending millions of dollars to sway a foreign nation, yes, I would think it was done by the British government.
Here's the problem: you keep saying 2 employees paying, but that's not what happened.
You said that.
No,
I said that
2 employees got in contact with Tenant Media to establish a licensing deal between RT and these companies.
Shit! Oh, Ryan's
real
back.
Quick. Hassan, I'm so sorry, Hasan Soda. You seriously, say this to my fucking face. You're gonna tell me that Putin didn't know that his government, or I'm sorry, that he didn't know that Russian TV, right, Russian Today or whatever, which is state-owned media explicitly, not like the BBC exactly. It's very different. The vertical, like the integration in Russia.
Can you show me where it's different?
Real quick, you're telling me that they didn't know that they were giving millions of dollars to one of the largest podcasters in America.
Okay, that's 2 different statements. You said, did they know or did they approve? Is it did the Russian government?
I didn't say anything about approve.
Well, no, that's what Confluence is arguing. We haven't argued anything about knowing. We were arguing about, did the Russian government do this, or was this done through Russian RT?
Oh.
You see the difference in the.
I not with
wait.
RT,
So they knew. Wait. So you're saying they may have known and not approved?
No, I'm saying that, was this done through the company of RT, or was this done through the Russian government?
Company of RT it represents the Russian government.
Okay, now show me the business structure. How do they operate, and how is it strictly through the Russian government?
They do what the Kremlin tells them to do.
They pretty much the same thing that. That's it. That's the best you got.
Yes.
Big Soda, you agree?
How it works.
Big Soda, you agreed with me a lot when we were talking about this. Like 2 hours ago, you agreed that like BBC and stuff is different from Russia Today, where they have a lot of top-down control in Russia, obviously, and everything that comes from RT is like straight from the Kremlin. We agreed with this before this.
For 1 second. Again, I just want to realize Hasan Soda wants you to believe that the Kremlin didn't approve of millions of dollars going from RT to the largest American podcaster, I think it was the 2nd largest American podcaster in the world at the time.
It was 4 different podcasts.
And they had no idea that this was happening, or if they knew of it, they didn't necessarily approve it. That's fucking insane. You're hilarious.
If you have evidence, I mean, I'm here to see it. Okay, that's what I figured.
Big Soda, do you deny that though? That is a crazy thing to deny though. Fuck proof.
Deny the assumption, or deny what you're saying is right.
Okay. Like let's. I just want to know your honest thoughts. Like, okay, like let's forget like proving it.
Let's go through it. Let's go through it slow.
Do you not think it's likely that grant me that? Do you not think it's likely that the Kremlin knew what was being funded from RT to Tenant Media and then distributed to various podcasters? I don't think that's likely.
So you're saying that Russia wants to license American shows in Russia because of what?
Because they think that people like Tim Pool are carrying water for Russia and Dave Rubin. And so I'm not saying that I'm not saying Tim Pool and Dave Rubin are being like paid to explicitly do this. I'm saying Russia has identified that there are certain podcasters that are giving a pro-Russian narrative, and so Russia is happy to funnel money through Tenet Media to those podcasters because they think it's good for the motherland. That's what I'm saying.
How does Tim Pool's Culture Wars do this?
Because he was getting paid through Tenet Media.
But no, what I'm saying is, what's the pro-Russian narrative that the Culture War promotes?
Well, I mean, you'd have to listen to Tim Pool. I mean,
I do. Right, I've listened to every Culture War, right, which has usually nothing to do with Russia or Ukraine.
I don't know, brother. I don't know. I've heard.
Look.
No, I'm not saying I don't know in that way. I'm saying I know. I don't know. I don't know if you're being honest with me, I guess. I mean, I don't think you're being dishonest.
Okay, honest about what? Honest about what?
But because I don't watch all of Tim Pool's stuff, but I've seen, every time I've seen Tim Pool talk about Russia and Ukraine, he is more on the, we shouldn't be funding Ukraine, right? Okay. We shouldn't be doing, and that is a...
Then why doesn't he pay for the Tim Pool show and not the Culture War?
I don't know. I mean, money is fungible. Money is definitionally fungible. It doesn't matter if it goes to what the fuck show it is, right? It's all going to Tim Pool, right?
Well, no, because see, the part of a licensing deal is so you can show that show in Russia. And so the question is, why would they not?
No, that's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Okay. Then what's the issue?
The issue was that Tenet Media was paying money to Tim Pool, right, yep, and Dave Rubin, unbeknownst to them from what the court documents show, right? They didn't know. I'm not saying they're guilty of this, but I'm saying they were promoting a narrative that the Russian government thought was helpful. Probably something about like we shouldn't be sending money to Ukraine, which would be very helpful to the Russian government, right? And so Tim Pool is being paid, and he's just happily accepting a sponsorship, and he's getting a lot of money. He's like, yeah, I'll keep doing what I'm doing. In the same way, I can be kind of Zionist coded at a time. So if some Israelite wanted to like send me some shekels and they're like, keep doing what you're doing, and let's say I didn't know it was that company, I'd be like, okay, well, I'm already doing what I'm doing, so yeah, I'll keep standing the same way I've always been standing. And
you're saying them sending them payments is them saying keep doing what you're doing, and it's not a business deal that's saying, hey, can we license your stuff over here?
Yeah, it's Russia? Not. Yeah, it's not. It's not a licensing thing at all.
So the question, I guess, to get back to the main question is, well, outside of an assumption, how would you guarantee that this is what Russia's doing? How do you know this is not just a business venture to bring shows to RT?
Because it didn't bring shows to RT. It was specifically giving.
It did. It licensed shows. That's what a licensing agreement is.
Tenet Media was a. You said you read the thing. Tenet Media was a. It was a. The whole thing was paid through a shell corporation.
No. Tenet Media is licensing Tim Pool's show, and so the licensing agreement between Tenet Media and the two named in the document is so that they can show Tenet Media shows through RT. That's what it says in the document.
Wait,
it's a licensing agreement.
Okay, so then explain to me how Tim Pool had no idea that any of this was happening through RT. Because what I'm telling you,
because Tim Pool has a licensing agreement through RT.
He doesn't.
No,
it was a shell corporation.
Let me finish. No, Tim Pool signed a licensing agreement with Tenet Media. Tenet Media also signed a license agreement with 4 other shows. Tenet Media then signed a licensing deal with RT.
Tenet Media did a licensing agreement with the Shell Corporation to hide the fact that it was going to RT. That's why this is a big scandal. If it was directly from Tenet to RT with no Shell Corp, it wouldn't be a scandal. It's a scandal because there's a Shell Corporation in the fucking middle of it.
Well, okay. Yeah, I guess that's true. Let me rephrase. It's done through a intermediate company and then through RT. RT was the one giving the money to the shell company. The shell company was then giving it to Tenet. And it was for a licensing agreement to the shell company, in which RT was pretty much acting as the shell company. And see, there could be a lot of reasons why you would do that. Well, one, are we openly accepting Russian deals to come into America? Is especially under the Biden administration, all this, that, and the third. Could be a lot of reasons why you would hide it. There even could be the reason is because, like y'all say, Russia's deliberately using this to provoke pro-Russian sentiment. The question is, we don't know.
Do you think that's crazy? Do you think that's?
I never said it was crazy. I said y'all don't have definitive answer that that's what it is.
I don't know what more proof do you need if Russia is using a shell corp?
I need some proof.
If Russia is using a shell corp to funnel money to tenant media, who is in turn funneling money to people that just happen to be saying stuff that would help the Russian war effort. Like what more standard of evidence?
Is RT allowed to license companies in America?
That's not what happened. If that happened, no,
I'm asking you a question and you didn't answer. You just said that's not what's happened.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I asked you a question.
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
They're not.
Okay.
It's because it's I guess. I wouldn't say you can't. I would say it would probably be rejected the moment you did it.
I know in Canada it's illegal, but I don't know if there's a specific law in America that dictates that.
And so I guess the only thing that I've said definitively is that y'all can't prove this. You're only saying it as an assumption.
I mean,
that's the only thing I've said in this conversation.
No, I hear you, but like there's like some degree, there's some assumptions that are like 99.999999999% correct, right? Like, yes, can I prove to you that Putin, I mean, kind of, I guess what Ryan said, can I prove to you that Putin expressly knew about what RT is doing and that, like, I can't, but like, that if that's the standard for evidence, then we like basically can prove nothing about like anything that's ever happened politically ever. Like if that's the standard, we can't.
Just it would just make your opinion versus my opinion. Your opinion would be
It would. No, absolutely not.
Because both of our opinions rely on assumptions, and we can't prove our assumptions, so we can't have a definitive answer.
I guess I fundamentally disagree with that. I think certain assumptions are more well-founded than other assumptions.
Like
the example we're talking about, right? Like,
okay, so I guess
as a random example. Okay, so as a just like as a sanity check, right? Like, so like I can't, if you ask me, okay, so
that's Putin, a gay way to debate.
Okay. No, I'm trying to just check things, okay? So obviously Putin has done like drone strikes into civilian territories in the Ukraine. Or sorry, Russia has, right? And I would say the fair assumption is that Putin knows about that. But if you said, "Can you prove that?" I would say, "Well, no, I can't. Russia is doing it. I can't prove that Putin expressly told Russia to drone strike civilian territory in like Kyiv."
Okay, well, the difference is, do you think he knows of every drone strike, or is this something he's ordering one by one?
I think he broadly is aware of what's happening in the war that he's waging. And it sounds like you're saying, that's an assumption I'm making, and so we're on equal ground. And I'm saying, absolutely not. We're not on equal ground.
Well, for all I know, there could be a Russian law that states, or a Russian command given to troops lower than him that, hey, if you have a situation where you need to fly a drone strike into a civilian area, I give you clearance for it. And so the assumption, I guess what I'm saying is there could be a definitive answer, we just don't know it. And so I'm not just going to say one thing is factually true just because you think that assumption's grounded in more reality.
I'm not saying you should, but in the same way that if we look at the H-man himself, right, from Germany, right, it's like it's very hard to prove that he knew every atrocity that was happening, but I don't think it's a bad assumption to know that he broadly kind of knew what was happening, which like with the H event,
he ordered
right?
it.
Yeah, but there's it's not in every instance. It's not like you can't point to like Dachau and Auschwitz and point to all the concentration camps and give specific evidence. So then under your logic, you're just making an assumption. Your assumption is the same as mine. And so maybe the H-man had no idea and all assumptions are equal. Like that to me, that sounds crazy, right? Like, it's like there's certain assumptions you can make.
I guess what I'm saying is maybe saying assumptions are equal. Well, in a sense, the assumptions are equal because we don't know whether they're closer to the truth or not. You can establish more evidence, I think, in that example than you can our example to sway your opinion to be more closer to the truth than mine, just based off evidence. But with the evidence we have in this case, I don't think there's a more definitive opinion.
Okay. Well, okay. Big Soda. Can you no, I have to pee. Can you hold down the chat? You can say your point of view fully. Okay. There's no TOS.
I'm going straight to Star Wars slaves.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, sound off. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Let's check the chat. Looks like Michelle disagrees. It's not equal. She knows she's wrong because she keeps saying we're both as wrong. I'm not sure who she is. It says you're responsible for orders given by the people you are. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can address that. I mean, you are given the authority and the responsibility of what you do. So if you want to make that argument that because Russia's in charge, then he has the responsibility or ultimate responsibility falls for him. And so every act done by his government falls as his responsibility. But the question is this RT doing this as its own adventure to try and increase its legitimacy on the news stage, or is this something that Putin and the Kremlin are trying to use as a, I guess, way to promote Ukraine and Russia? What would be the word for it? Ukraine and Russia opinions in America. And to be fair, like I'm saying, it's hard to say the definitive fact because I do not know. And so I'm not going to make an assumption to choose either or. I'm going to say, hey, seems like it could be Russia using, I guess, its influence to try and persuade the America to lose interest in it. Yeah, that seems reasonable, but I don't think it's definitive. So I'm not going to make the definitive statement that it is. I think generally that the problem is with the American media is the American media likes to gloss over key details with foreign entities. So they do this with like when Israel struck that media company in Iran. It's how much of that is state media and how much of that is controlled by Iran. Is it every individual order, or is it just kind of a loose top-down thing? Or is this media company doing things on their own until Iran tells them not to, or is Iran controlling every aspect of it?
I love that you're actually not talking about Star Wars. You're actually
I started to read Michelle Hunt's.
I know Michelle's been like sounding off. I
can see. I think she called me a she, but
I asked Michelle to like come up if she wants. She said no, but she's just going off in the chat. She's just like going crazy. She says you're asking how did it come from Russia to Tenet Media when Russia obviously would not directly give Tim Pool money with a check from the KGB.
Yes, and so now we're left with the assumption: is this an RT business adventure, or is this purely the Russian government trying to influence something? Like, see, the problem is I guess the heart of my argument is we're assuming one way or the other, and I'm doing my best to try and not assume one way or the other because. Is every action the most nefarious action that can be done, or is something just an action that's has an alternate, or I guess a different meaning from what we believe it is?
I see what you're saying. I guess I guess my counter is I don't think all assumptions are equal. I think some assumptions are more warranted than others. For me to say.
Well, but I think the reason why they're not equal is depending on how much evidence you can sway in your favor. And I think this is one of those conversations we don't have a lot of evidence that sways in either side's favor. So we're playing a assumptions game based with very loose evidence.
So okay, so if you were a betting man, do you think that the Russian government was intentionally funding Tenet Media, or do you think it was like a random, just a rogue, RT employee? Like, what would you bet on?
I'm gonna change this, because if I'm a betting man, I'm not betting in that situation, because I wouldn't know. I usually only make bets on things I can definitively have enough evidence to point one way or the other. But
so you'd 50-50 that bet. You'd 50-50 that.
No, I probably wouldn't participate in that bet at all.
No, but if you had to.
Okay, then if I was a betting man and I had to bet, I would hedge my bets by betting both. But if you're asking me my opinion, it seems very likely that Russia could be using this as a way to promote non-Ukrainian sentiment in America. The only question is I don't have evidence to prove that. So that would just
that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just asking me casually, I mean, it seems it's a likely scenario, but the problem with that is I don't know. It's a big fucking I don't know.
Yeah,
because Ryan came on and he said, RT and the BBC, they're operated differently. How the fuck do I know that? I don't know the internal workings of BBC. I don't know the internal workings of RT. I know what America told me how it operates, but believe me, America's ain't got the best streak when it comes to telling the truth.
Yeah, but I thought we agreed earlier that I criticized the CBC, right, from my Canadian centric lens, right? And we both criticized the BBC, but we also both acknowledge that RT exhibits more control, right, over the media than either the CBC or the BBC does, right?
Well, how do we know this? But how do we know this?
No, I think I can give some evidence. I mean, I don't know. This isn't proof, but the CBC will publish articles that are against the Canadian government. They will. I don't think they do it in enough way, and that's why I think they're biased. And the BBC similarly, the BBC will go against its government as well.
You say what?
I'm saying so the CBC and the BBC will both post articles and will go on talk radio and will say negative things about the current prime minister, the current political system, right? The current who got elected. And in RT, you don't see that. You don't see RT articles saying anti-Putin rhetoric, but I can point you to CBC and BBC stuff that is anti the PM of either country. So I would say it's not proof, but that is evidence that they are obviously the CBC at least feels free to sometimes, I don't think they criticize them enough, but sometimes criticize the current person in charge.
I guess let me ask you this: how much RT do you I guess intake? Because I mean I can't guarantee
a surprising amount. Yeah,
and it's never once been critical of the Russian government.
No, not from what I've seen. And the reason I say a surprising amount is because there was something in Canada called I think it was called Redacted Truth. And if you notice, Redacted Truth, the initials are RT. So I feel like that's a Bond villain type thing. And this was shown on Canadian media, and it wasn't realized for a long time that it was actually a Russian thing. And so it was showed to a lot of people, and a lot of people were like, oh, this is a cool show. And it was supposed to be a comedy satire news show, but it was, it never said anything negative, and it gave a lot of kind of anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia. It was promoting a lot of their historical feats. And then the Canadian government determined that, the Redacted Truth or Redacted.tv, it was something like this. This was a big issue in Canada, and they found out that it was from Russia, and then they banned it. So I've seen it. So I've I've intaken a shocking amount. That's what I mean. Because I didn't at the time. I didn't know. I thought it was just some like random Canadian news thing, and then it was discovered that it wasn't, and the initials again should have been obvious because it was the initials were RT. So I don't know how it took a long time for people to realize that, but I didn't realize it either. I just thought it was just a random a news kind of syndicate. But yeah, so and it was never anti-Russia, and and I've been on Russia Today, like even just to see what their side of the coin is, and it's I've never, at least to my knowledge, I've never seen them actually criticize Putin, and it's always like one directional, like it always is, from everything I've seen, from both the Canadian spin of things, from the kind of like the PSYOP thing, but also from just going to Russia Today's website, which anyone can go to, right? It's always
I'm on there right now. I just want to.
Right. I mean, and I've never seen anything that's like anti-Putin on there. It's like I personally haven't. But with the CBC and with the BBC, I can point to stuff that, like with the CBC, right? Like we have like Mark Carney, he's the PM of Canada. It's like, I can find CBC articles that criticize him. I think there's a bias. I don't think they criticize him enough. That's why I don't like state-run media. Mm-hmm. But they at least can like say something. But in Russia Today, it's like, I don't know. At least from what I've seen, I've never seen something that is like actually anti-Putin from RT.
Okay, so maybe that's fair. I'm looking through the articles and I don't. Yeah, it seems fair enough.
So that's not proof, I guess. That's just. But I would say that's at least like evidence. I think it's evidence. And I don't know at what standard it becomes proof.
No, find it. And okay, so maybe I'll draw back in my criticisms to some extent, but I still think I'm working under the assumption that I would rather not assume.
No, that's fair.
You getting some messages in the back chat? I don't know. In the StreamYard chat, yeah, like 5.
Wait.
Like not in the YouTube chat, but the StreamYard chat.
No, I'm. Are like new ones? The last one I see is from Ryan.
It's just Ryan saying he's gonna lose his shit. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, that was, I think. Wait, was that pre Ryan? Yeah, I think that was.
That was after Ryan, when he wanted to criticize me and then just run away.
But then why is he saying "let me up"? Was he in the back chat again? I'm a little lost on time.
It's about 20 minutes ago. Almost 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't think I said. Yeah, or sorry, I don't think I saw anyone in the back chat. So I'm thinking that was. I don't know. That seems like that must have been after, but maybe I'm just not watching. Not watching
Michelle
who's in my
said,
backstage.
Instead of saying, nah, man, I don't know. Just fucking no. I can't read that. That's not even English.
Yeah, look, Michelle, if we could all know, we would just know. That's the that's kind of the crux
Don't
of the issue.
Assume and look it up. Well, what technically did I assume? I mean, I guess, what did I assume, that Russia, they're not allowed to criticize Russia? I mean, did I make the definitive statement that they could? Probably did. I don't know.
No,
I'm just a guy talking on the fucking internet.
No, I don't think you made any bad assumptions.
I guess I'm just trying to stay as neutral to it as possible, because I don't want to make that leap of assumption and then it not be proven either way. I mean, you can have your assumptions, and you could probably say your assumptions got more evidence than mine, because it probably does. But I don't want to make that assumption. I don't know. I mean, it's a media company buying other, or licensing other media company deals. I mean, what are they going to promote or get licensing deals for CNN? Because CNN's just going to talk trash about them. They don't want to show that to the Russian people.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I mean, I understand not wanting to. I don't think all assumptions are equal, but I do understand what you're saying about not wanting to.
And I think I misspoke when I said, okay, I don't want to say I misspoke. I think when I say all assumptions are when it comes to whether something's true or not, I think generally all assumptions are equal. The only thing is one assumption can have more evidence to support it, and until you prove it, it's just an assumption at the end of the day, and it's equal in the fact that it's an assumption, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that clarify a little bit? That's what I meant by it. I shouldn't have said all assumptions are equal, because that's you do have a good point, especially with your H example.
Yeah. No, I think I got you. I think we're on the same page now. I think we are. I don't know if Michelle is on the same page. I'm not. I don't know if Michelle hates me or hates you or hates both of us. I'm not entirely sure.
I think she's super anti Russian.
Okay.
But to be fair, that's an assumption, and I don't know.
Well, yeah, because some of her sentences go both ways. Like she said, if you don't know something, Google it, and you're going to answer. That's a good start. That applies to both of us, you know. So that.
I mean, to be fair, that's what we did.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I did. I went straight to RT, and I looked for the first thing that I thought could be critical to, I guess, the Russian government, and I didn't really see anything. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe it's a little worse than I thought. But it's kind of, okay, so I guess what would be the best way to say it? Russians got its no-touch zones. BBC has its no-touch zones. And what did you say, CBC?
Yeah.
It has its no-touch zones. The same thing with PBS. It has its no-touch zones.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I guess in a general sense, is the BBC any more better just because it criticizes its own government? But I mean, I guarantee you it's not going to criticize the T stuff. It's not going to criticize Ukraine. It's not going to criticize aspects in which it, wants to protect. And so I guess, I don't know.
No, I agree. I agree with you fully on that. Yeah, they all do have. I mean, brother, the CBC, yeah, they have their no-touch zones. There's certain things they will not talk about. Yeah,
even our private industries have a no-touch zone.
Yeah, Agrilopolis.
How's it going?
Good to see you jumping on panel, brother. Okay.
Yeah, I might not be intelligent enough for this conversation, but I figured I'd hop up and hang out.
Well, good. I think the room just increased by 30 IQ points with you hopping up.
I think I agree with that. I think I agree.
I'm not sure if I should take that as a compliment or an insult, but just 30. Damn.
I mean,
just
that's
not
fair.
70. What the fuck?
That's fair.
At least like a minimum of fucking 70.
Well, see, I'm at 80, so I figured 150 was reasonable for you.
Yeah. That's funny.
My math's a little off. I think it's 110, but
I really want to understand this Michelle person. Michelle says, yeah, but 80% alcohol and 5% is both alcohol, so it's the same. I don't know what that means, Michelle. I don't know what that means. Someone help me out. What does that sentence mean?
I think she's saying whether it's a lot of bit or a little bit is still the same.
Do you remember a while ago, on like quite a few streams ago, we were talking about like a scale of how like degenerate something can be, or like how, scales.
Yeah.
And even though something on a scale is rated at 5%, or something is rated at 20%, either way, they're still rated on that scale.
Okay. So Michelle is saying that like the BBC is still corrupt, RT is still corrupt, and RT might be more corrupt, but they're both still corrupt.
Yeah, even if one's less corrupt.
Well, let me challenge you on this. If I have a bottle of water that's 95% water and 5% alcohol, is it alcohol or is it water?
It contains alcohol, I would say.
It does contain alcohol, but I guess how would you identify it?
I think Michelle should maybe clarify it. Alcohol containing product, but you're right. I mean, it would be mostly water.
Right.
Even if it was like 49%, it would still be.
Yeah.
All water has like a certain amount of like heavy metals in it, right? Like, but it's like a fraction of a percent, right? And I would still say it's water.
That's a bottle of that's a bottle of microplastic. Well, now you can, but it's majority of it's just water.
Yeah, it might contain it, but it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Michelle says she's being ironic. I don't know. I don't know I know what irony means, but I don't know what that means in this context. But
well, I'm being
Michelle should get on panel.
I'm still not 100% sure which side Michelle is on. I've been trying to figure it out. I'm not 100% sure. But she said she doesn't hate anyone. She's just like ornery or something. That's not the word she used, but she said she was.
She dropped another one. She said, I'm saying it's reductive of you to say both RT and the BBC have no-go zones. It's reductive?
Okay, so Michelle's on my side, I guess, is what I'm reading from that. Yeah, she said RT is way fucking worse. Okay, so the irony she was saying is, yes, even though both contain alcohol, one is obviously more alcohol than the other. I think if I'm Michelle coded enough, I'm trying.
See, the problem is one, you don't truly know the shadiness of your own media company. Two, you obviously gonna know more about RT's shadiness because that's what America wants to promote. And so at the end of the day, I don't think you realize that you can say one's way worse, but I don't think you realize the truth behind which one is way worse.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. Like we're all in our own, nationwide media bubble, and
on the surface, I agree with you. It seemed from what I'm told, RT is way worse. The same thing that when people say Russia is a way worse country than America. I mean, on the surface, that looks true, but then, what happens when we start getting into the details? Is it really that much worse?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I don't think. I mean, this is. We have kind of wrapped around because at the very beginning we talked about this like before any of this got brought up that we don't know because we're taught from even private corporations, news corporations, from public news corporations, but it's still our country's news, right?
And that's just kind of like, whose side are you on? Also, it depends on.
Yeah.
Like what's worse, what's evil, what's good.
Oh, she says it's factually true. Do you have the facts?
Michelle, I wish you'd just panel up. This would be so much easier. This would be so much easier.
You can share your screen too.
Look at the numbers.
Look at poverty and alcohol. No, I don't even. I thought I was like Michelle coded, but now I'm not sure because I don't know what that means. Look at poverty and alcoholism, like between like Russia and the United States, or like what are we?
What are the correlates?
Oh, okay. What does that have to do with RT?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm big soda coded right now. I don't know what does that have to do with like what media is.
Country. Okay, well I know one country that's been like bombing people in the Middle East for the last 30 years, have assassinated plethora of world leadership, and I see one country that's an oppressive dictator who wants to take over the USSR bloc. So you're telling me to compare which country is worse? I'm gonna go with that's a tough one. Because, I mean, we're talking about one generalized aspect. I can't really say America's worse than Russia because look at the freedoms that we have. But then when you take away just the freedoms and all that, look at the shadiness in which our country's experimented on people, look at the constant warfare, look at the political assassinations, look at assassination across the world, look at all this shit. It's like you're telling me that since USSR fell, if we judge from 1991 to now, who's done more evil? I don't know an answer to that.
Yeah.
Again, it would depend on what side you're on.
That's a good point because I'm biased. I'm American. I'm kind of biased toward the fact that I may justify some things that I think are good, but in reality, it's evil. Like if we're just comparing objectively, the things that they would.
Oh.
Big Soda rage quit?
He just hard outed, man. I didn't mean to derail shit again. My bad. Last time I left.
No, I'm assuming he like his phone died or something. Big Soda wouldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't quit like that. So, Ag, are you down in his absence? Are you down to keep watching Hasan? I don't know how you feel about Hasan or what's good, you know?
Again, I don't know if I'm intelligent enough for this.
Look, brother, Hasan is like so
my IQ is like
low
30.
IQ. Look, whatever your IQ is, Hasan is like definitionally lower. Okay, you know.
I don't know. I don't really believe in the whole IQ system. I rated a couple of times. I took IQ tests and I rated high, but I don't consider myself super smart. So.
Well, I consider you super smart. So you have passed the Confluence IQ test, which is the only one that matters. Okay, W. Agrillapolis. Big Soda says, drop the link. Big Soda, it's pinned, brother. So it's, yeah, see, I knew Big Soda didn't rage quit like that. Big Soda, it's pinned. It's at the top. Can you see it? Am I crazy? I think it should be at the top if I pinned it right. Yeah. I'm Doomerang coded right now. It's pinned at the top of the chat. W Doomerang.
I guess we chased Michelle off, even from chat.
Oh, Michelle will be back. Michelle's been like sounding off, man. I don't know who Michelle is, but Michelle's just been going buck wild. Okay.
Yeah, she had some all caps comments up there earlier.
Yeah, Michelle's back. There we go. Smart people usually think they're not smart because they know better than to not assume they're the best. Kind of goated. That's kind of like the fucking. It's like the reverse of the like Dunning-Kruger, right? Or maybe the same as it, right? Where it's like if you're like a dumb person.
Well,
then
I mean, there's also a difference too. So there's some people that are incredibly smart and they know they're incredibly smart, but so that
welcome back, Big Soda.
Big Soda in the house again.
Welcome back, Michelle.
No, I think since I went from StreamYard back to YouTube, the pinned message at the top, it wasn't there.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, so I was stuck in this limbo.
This explains Michelle. Michelle's a fan of radical coders. Okay. I see.
That explains it.
Hey, I've parasitized one of Ryan's chatters, you know?
I mean, I'm not a fan of Radical Coder, but I'm not a fan of Radical Coder.
He's fun to talk to. He's fun.
Anytime
he steps up, it's a fun debate. So yeah,
Ryan liked me the first time, and then when he dropped down and then heard my RT take, he jumped back up and spazzed.
See, I think he generally means well. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I think he's a good faith debater. Like I disagree with him on almost probably everything, but.
I wouldn't go that far. I think he's a nice person.
I've seen a lot of times where he's kind of wasn't at least good form, but I think his intent is there.
Okay, yeah. I should clarify. My only interactions with Ryan has been me talking to him. I haven't seen him in a debate outside of me fighting with him. So
yeah, he tends to get a little heated sometimes. I mean, you know, and that's cool. He's passionate.
Yeah. We got I think the first time we debated, it was on Kel's stream, and me and Ryan had like an insane conversation about Israel. It was incredibly heated.
Was he pro or anti?
He was definitely
like,
more anti than I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just need to work more with you.
What, anti-funding?
No, just like from like the Israel Hamas stuff. He was like way more like Israel is in the wrong and should be stopped and that kind of stuff. It was my understanding of it. But not just like US funding. Like he was like more like
I was just using that as code word for like all the things. But
yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
Without going into it.
Right. Yeah. Okay, fair. Yeah.
Support.
Yeah, I need to work with you, Confluence, because you shouldn't be pro another country. You should be anti every country but America.
Well, above all, we should be first above all. Even if we're pro or anti other countries, we should be above all pro America.
But if there's a first, there can be a second, brother.
Can I top?
True, but
can
first
I top
off,
you, Ag?
First should always be pro American.
Sure.
Can I top you, Ag? Okay, first we need to be pro-Christian, then pro-America.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was speaking along.
Yeah. I thought that's where you were going with it, but
not religion necessarily. Yes, religion above all should be Christianity.
But it's kind of one of those things to where, yeah, I think at least for right now, being pro-America and not so much anti-other country, but we shouldn't give a fuck about any other country, at least for right now. We've got some problems at home.
Question mark? Pro-Christian America? Question mark?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's brought us all the way up to this point. Why not just allow it to keep taking?
It's time tested. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's hard to say we get individual liberties without fucking, I guess, seeing us in the image of God.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I so to mention what Michelle is saying. She says the reason America is so influential worldwide is because it invests in so many countries. If you just focus on the us, you lose all that. I think I agree with that, and maybe I disagree with you, Big Soda. Maybe you, Ag, too. I think America first. I think we'd all agree with this. It doesn't mean America only. And I actually am. I'm kind of hawkish on my foreign policy. Okay. So I think we should. I think America should be intervening into other countries. I do firmly believe that, not to the detriment of America.
It'll always be to the detriment of America.
I mean, how so? Do you think like America making like Gorbachev, tear down that wall, was that to the detriment of America? No, the Soviet bloc would be like massive right now, and we'd probably all be fucking commies.
Okay. No, or we wouldn't have entered, or we wouldn't have created the spy program called the CIA, in which has been probably the most destructive institution that ever existed.
I know, but if America just like stayed in its own corner and didn't intervene at all in any foreign policy, do you think America would still be surviving?
I don't think without a doubt. Yes.
Is race subjective though? I don't really know. I mean,
well, let me say this. Let's use another example. Let's use World War II. Now, if America would have never entered World War II, do you think Germany still would have attacked Russia and betrayed Russia, and then Russia would have crushed Germany?
Yeah,
they would have eventually done that. Whether they would have crushed them or not, who knows?
And so it would have got to a point to where, let's say Germany never did go to the west or to the east. Let's say they just kept it to the west. It would have got to a point that Germany's borders would have fractured with Russia's borders, and it would have probably caused some type of aggression toward both states. I mean, they had two ideologies that conflicted with each other,
right?
And so I don't. Outside of America handling its business with the Pacific Front, I don't know. I don't see why there's just this definitive assumption that, because if America doesn't play the policeman, that the world won't figure itself out.
Okay, but
I could argue though probably that it wasn't necessarily Germany's fault that America entered the war. I mean, like they had all these treaties and stuff, and the second that America declared war on Japan, then Germany declares war on America, and so on and so forth. It was just a domino effect of like,
and that's fair. That seems like a justified war to me, because it's kind of like, okay, well, we already know Germany was attacking some of our ships, which is already a justification for war and stuff like that. True. So I mean, maybe there is a justification that it was okay for us to get in war, but I don't think there's a justification that we need to play the world police of bringing people like not Assad, but Bin Laden, Bin Laden's a bad example. Saddam Hussein, or Somalia, or all these other countries that we play the policeman in. I don't think there's a justification for it.
Kuwait, Venezuela,
Cuba,
Mexico.
Okay, hang on. Cuba,
even
Canada, not the first, or not the fifth interaction with Cuba, but like the four before it. Like I guess not when they were talking with the USSR about bringing missiles over, but like 4 or 5 instances before that where we wanted to overthrow their government.
Yeah.
And it seems like to me, because the problem is once you play policeman, now you're expected to be policeman, which will constantly and you'll constantly involve yourself with altercations across the world, which will ultimately drag you into wars like Afghanistan, Iraq.
Well, for sure. I was going to say putting policies in place that affect other countries, especially ones nearby, like Cuba, for instance.
But like
Mexico,
if we
Canada,
look at the Pacific Front in World War II, right? Like, what would have happened if U.S. didn't intervene? Like, what would Japan have done? Where would that have led? Like, I think
Japan was fighting China and freaking,
but also us, right?
Taking over. I mean, if we didn't intervene,
if Pearl Harbor never happened,
they Pearl Harbored us before we
weren't.
I know, but they did though, and so.
I'm saying that's a justified one. I'm saying that's a justified one because we were attacked on our home soil.
Yeah, Soda's saying like sinking a few ships. Basically, that stuff happens. It happens even now.
Yep.
So should we have dropped the bombs? That's what I guess that's what I'm asking.
Oh, that's tougher because you ever heard the story about? I want to say it's Nagasaki. Do you know where that bomb was dropped on?
I know roughly I know the two cities, and I know that they were.
Can I just say that
mostly military?
Just the fire bombings alone that we did on Japan killed more than both nuclear.
Yes, I also I do know that.
So yeah,
and so the problem is well, now we're getting into our morality, and so as a Christian, I don't support that, and it's kind of like. There's a debate on whether Christians should let other people walk all over them, but it's still the argument of I don't think there's a justification of killing enough innocent people justify some type of military action.
Right. It's kind of like the Dresden bombings that the UK did, right? Where it's like it was like a lot of civilians.
I think the problem is it was civilians more than military or industrial complex for the military or anything like that.
Yep.
I guess I'm just thinking the alternative. I guess I can't remember what the operation was called. Big Soda. I feel like you're like military code enough that you would know.
A Big Boy. There was Big Boy and
was it Batman and Little Boy?
No.
Little Boy and
it was the proposed one that was going to be done if we didn't do the nukes. There was going to be an amphibious land kind of attack. Remember. On Japan.
It's kind of like what we were already doing, right? Like where we were going island from island.
Kind of like,
the estimates from what I've heard from historians is that it would have killed far more people than all the bombings killed. Like if we actually
to get them to surrender,
to do I want to say Barbarossa, but I think I'm confusing that with a different operation.
No, Barbarossa was Germany going into Russia.
Okay, so it's not that one.
Are we saying like it would have killed more innocent people, or we would have killed more like people engaged in a war?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Cause see, the problem is like I understand, or it's hard to say that. I understand there's some justification. Hey. To stop a bad guy, sometimes innocent people have to die. But the question is as a Christian, I have to face that. And so it's tough to say that just dropping a nuclear bomb on Japan was justified in any way.
Yeah, and compile that with what was already going on in the casualties from island hopping like we were doing. Yep. There's exigent circumstances that, at that time we were like, look, we need to end this sooner than later because an amphibious assault on the main islands would cost way more lives, civilian and military.
Yep.
Than to just bomb a couple of and there was also other targets other than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So those were like one of those, I forget which one was like the fallback plan, because when they flew over another one, there was like too much cloud coverage or whatever the hell happened. I forget.
Or hear me out. It's just a hypothetical. I mean, what happens when we destroy their naval front? We capture all these forts, and there's no invasion of the homeland. What do you think happens?
Of Japan?
Yeah, like what do you think Japan does next?
I think Japan was a hard nut to crack, though. Japan was like a
true, but we take away their navy, and we've taken
at that point.
At
that point, we had pretty much already destroyed their navy. I mean, at that point in time, they might have had like one aircraft carrier, if that left.
And so if we just left them on their main island, what would they have done to support the war effort?
I mean, weren't they egressing into other parts of Asia at the same
They
time?
were broke at that point. Yeah.
Like, is this like the what's it called? Like the second Sino-China War or something? I'm saying this wrong, but
was that a little bit before was it 1945?
When was the rape of Nanking? Like that whole incident.
I believe so.
Is that after?
Let me check.
Yeah, maybe
it's the Shino what war?
It was like
the what Shino?
It was like that. There was two of them. That's what's getting me confused.
It was August 1945 that we bombed Japan with the two.
Okay, but when was China invading? When was Japan invading China? Was that before World War II or
it was
both?
like during?
I think it was both.
Yeah, it was like Japan always wanted China.
Right. So I guess that
labeled.
If it was,
it's
then I guess
labeled 1937 to 1945. But
okay, so it sounds like we ended it. It sounds like we fucking ended it with those bombs, you know?
Yeah, but we also.
The question is, were they already occupying air? Like, I guess. Okay, so the question is, do they declare the official end of when we bombed and Japan surrendered, or if we would have took out their naval fleet and we captured these forts and we just would have held them to the mainland? I mean, would they still be occupying China, or would they have the resources?
No, because there was a huge political coup going on, almost like a civil war going on in China at the time too.
And
so once we forced Japan's hand and only fighting on their eastern front, so to speak, which was more like naval and everything, which they were lacking. China, the rebellion that was going on in China was able to push back and take back over, and the actual people in charge in China at that time had to like flee, and a lot of them were murdered and whatnot. So schmurdered and all that.
And so, is it fair to say that
that's how you got communism in China?
Yeah, is it fair to say maybe we didn't have to bomb them to begin with? Like, I guess nuke them to begin with.
I'm trying to figure that out. Because it ended in 1945.
Is it a fair thing to? I don't want to say fair, as in, is it something that's possible?
I don't know. Okay, from what I'm reading, it sounds like it happened at the same time. It sounds like
I think though that when they started crunching the numbers of what had already occurred as far as military deaths, civilian deaths, I think, they probably came to the best conclusion they could with the information they were given to do what they did. I mean, was it absolutely necessary? Probably not. Could it have costed more lives to not use them? That's what I'm assuming they were, guessing that it would.
Because I assume they're referencing that it's like, okay, so we get to the point where we take the islands, and you're like, okay, so we've already established we have this amount of losses already. So to take the homeland, we can only multiply that by however many. So I assume if we would have just stopped with the islands that we took and didn't bomb the mainland at all, I think there's a possibility that Japan was already defeated at that point.
Yeah, but okay.
And if we just would have held that line,
the fire bombings killed way more people. So it's like
that's true. That's true.
But okay. What I'm reading,
these two bombs just showed what we could possibly do to even more area if we wanted to, as opposed to like the fire.
It seems like Japan wasn't just like scared. Japan wasn't just relegated to Japan, though. It seems from what I'm reading. I'm just like reading this live right now. But from what we said, it ended in 1945, and it seems like the second Sino-Japan War, whatever the fuck it's called, it ended at the same time.
Yeah,
so it's
what I'm saying.
They were already in China. So if we just block them out, they're already outside of their out of their zone, right?
Use this as like a crutch too. I'm just going to use this. Like for instance, if what you're asking, Soda, like if we didn't use the two bombs, which were used within 3 days of each other, if we didn't use those, how much longer would the war with Japan have dragged out, and how many more lives would we have had to spend invading their mainland, which these people were willing to fight to the death, if not suicide first. So these people didn't give, like you talk about Vietnam times 10. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of like how much more war and suffering and death, like civilian death included, because an invasion of the main islands of Japan would have been way more civilian deaths.
No, yeah.
And it would have been a war of attrition. We would have fucking burned everything.
Well, see, this is why I'm saying it. If we just would have took a lot of the islands in which they had built military bases on, and we held at that point, we didn't invade the homeland. We just held that point. Would that have been a better option than just bombing civilian lives immediately after to end the war?
I mean, I don't know. I think
and it's not something we have an answer to, and I
no.
don't fault anybody for choosing either or way. I'm just saying, I guess from my justification, this is probably how I would have handled it. I probably would have taken the forts. I would have blockaded the mainland. I would have done my best to make sure the only people who are dying in this situation are the people engaging in this war, and I wouldn't have taken out on the civilian lives of Japan.
Okay, I just want to say I finally found the operation name. It's called Operation Downfall. That was the hypothetical amphibious
invasion
thing.
of
and
do you
it's
think
estimated to be millions of people.
Millions,
Obviously, it's
millions
estimates, but yeah, it would be.
Do you
it
think?
would have been
Do you think?
Lot.
Okay, do you think? Like, say, let's just reverse the roles, right? Let's just say we started losing the war. America started losing the war, and Japan was like, all right, it's time to do an amphibious invasion of their mainland. Do you think that Americans, these civilians are not going to just sit around while these motherfuckers invade our...
True.
Like, everybody, man, woman, and child is going to take up arms and fight these motherfuckers, just like Japan. So how many, like, when you're talking about, like, okay, there's going to be more civilian lives, these are civilians that are going to fight you, military or not, to the death. So I think it would have been way more casualties, both military and civilian, if we would have invaded their mainland like amphibious instead of just bombing them and having them surrender. That's just my opinion.
That's what Michelle says too. She says, but women and children would have fought to the death. Surrendering.
They
would have too, because they were super proud at that time.
My counter would be if they're landlocked on their island, and there's
they're
probably
not landlocked though. They're in China at
but
the
that's
time.
military.
Well, but they didn't care.
Military. That's military. I'm talking about the civilians that are fighting to the death. If they're
Japanese
landlocked
people
on
are very proud and they have honor, and they would.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying they wouldn't fight to the tooth and death, but I'm saying if they're landlocked on their island, the civilians. Just talking about the civilians. If they're landlocked on their island and they have no ability to leave that island, and we have this island secure by the islands around it that we've established bases on, that we took over their bases, and we just let them crush themselves either economically or we allow, I guess, just the stalemate of us holding them landlocked to their own island. Not talking about the militaries that are in China, just talking about the civilians. I don't think that they would. I mean, what would the civilians have done to us militarily?
Seppuku.
Well, I mean,
they would be riding boats out to the islands.
I don't know.
They would have killed themselves.
But we saw what happened with Vietnam.
I mean, but that's not on me. That sounds like a them problem.
Look at
Vietnam. But it would have been
Vietnam,
it would have been like
Vietnam used like children to like blow up and to use the empathy of like American soldiers to like, run up to them and then have a secret grenade hidden, right? Like. So there's a reason that Vietnam went so poorly.
But does that give you the justification to shoot every Vietnam child you see?
No,
it does.
No, but I'm saying I don't think they would all just like. I think they would be a problem. I think the women and the children would be a legit problem, and then you're faced with an even worse moral conundrum. Well, how? The how is in the same way that what happened with Vietnam. No, they're gonna play on your empathy.
They're invading the mainland. What I'm talking about is we're not invading Japan. We have the islands locked down. All the civilians are in the mainland of Japan. What are they going to do to us on these islands?
Okay, so you're saying don't invade Japan, just kind of like blockade them fully?
Yeah, I'm saying we control the Pacific. We've invaded all these islands, and so now what's left is the military that's on Japan, the military that's scattered throughout China, and the civilians that are on mainland Japan. If we blockade them and we hold that point and not purposely take civilian lives, I don't see what Japan's going to do next.
But it's a war on two fronts for a reason, though. We're also like did we? This is outside my military wheelhouse, but did we have the resources to be fighting Germany and then also do a full blockade of all of Japan?
Is this minus bombing their military infrastructure and their supply depots and everything?
I will say, I mean, if we factor in the other front, I can see that changing the scenario. I guess I was just solely focused on our response to Japan and how.
Well, we didn't even get involved fully either until like what 42 with Japan.
Yeah.
Or with both. I mean,
yeah.
It took us 2.5, 3 years just to fight through the islands and everything that we already did. That was a brutal. Everybody speaks a lot about that eastern or the western front as far as like mainland Europe and all that, but that fucking Pacific front was just as brutal, and it was just against one. It was just against just Japan. But
and to be honest, a lot of people like their first thought of World War II. It's the Pacific front. It's just kind of what they know least about, and it's like I guess it's the European.
These were the motherfuckers that were willing to fight to the death, man. Like we had a lot more Schnazis like surrender than Japanese by far.
It's crazy because it's crazy to think. I mean, I'm not going to compare it, but I would say.
Unless you consider their whole country surrendered, you know what I mean? Like I'm not. Yeah. But I mean, I'm talking about like military and actual fighting.
Because Italy wasn't. Italy wasn't the threat that Germany and Japan were, but Japan alone was a threat in themselves.
Oh yeah, they were massive.
Because if I remember this correctly, when they bombed Pearl Harbor, like we were lucky by the skin of our teeth that I think we had a couple of ships that weren't at that base at that time. Yeah. And that's what allowed us to then be able to attack the Pacific.
Also, there were some goddamn patriots there.
Yeah.
Goddamn people.
Actually, we could have avoided all that jungle in the...
What? And do what?
Go ahead, say it, K2.
Say it. Say it from your chest, brother. Unless it's yours, in which case, don't say it.
Oh,
K2?
you might.
K2, are
you might be breaking up? Or?
Are you always be trucking right now? Are you losing signal?
We had 3 aircraft carriers at sea.
Okay, say more. What does that mean?
Actually, the whole reason why we put the Japanese in the concentrate camp. We put where was I?
Good catch.
Actually, the whole reason why we put Japanese in the camps were because what happened?
Called internment camps. K2,
a Japanese plane landed there, and then some Japanese Americans let them out and tried to get them to escape.
Is that from a movie about the kids that find the Japanese pilot on the shore and they invite him in and take care of him? I think he's quoting a movie.
I am not sure, but I have to use the restroom, so I'll be back.
I think that also was like I don't know about that specific one, but that was like the Japanese internment was like probably not good, but like
probably
probably
to be fair, I understand the problem. I understand.
I think put the Japanese in the thing. Because of that scare that happened on that island when they tried to rescue the Japanese pilot. And we could have avoided all the island hopping, but McCarthy wanted his glory and to keep his promise, and he convinced them to do it his way, where we could have just went to some of the main islands and then straight to Japan. So that was all McCarthy glory hunting.
You talking about Paul McCarthy?
No,
I know. I'm
McCarthy.
You talking about the Beatles, K2, or what's good?
Fuck you.
No, well, okay, we're here. Hear me out. Do you think America had a right to throw Japanese people in internment camps?
I'm with General Patton, and I think we're fighting the wrong people. We should have went out of the Soviets.
I don't think. Well, okay. So I hate to jump conversations again. But
but I wasn't trying to do that. We can save that for later.
So we, Britain, France, I don't think Spain, but a couple other countries, when Germany started to invade Poland, they were like, whoa, this is a major problem. We got to defend Poland. And then at the end of the war, they signed Poland over to the Soviet Union. I don't quite understand the logic behind that.
I
don't know why.
Got shit on.
Yeah, I don't know how everything was divided up.
Poland went from one oppression to another.
If you see what they did to the Polish officers, the Soviets did, that they tried blaming on the windmills, it lines up what happened, what they accused of Germany doing to certain groups of people in certain groups of camps, that I can't really get into the discussion here.
I'm not sure what you mean exactly, but I don't want you to say any more at the same time, because like the windmill thing, I don't know. I know, obviously, I know windmill. I'm not sure what you mean by windmills, but at the same time, I don't think I want you to elaborate, because I think it's probably not.
It's like two Z's. When I say windmills, I'm talking about two Z's put together.
It looks like a rotating windmill.
Oh yeah. Okay,
yes.
Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, guys.
The windmill of friendship.
I've nagged y'all enough. I think it's about time I hop off and go to bed.
All right. Well, thank you for being here with me, Hasan Soda.
Of course. I just want to tell Michelle, don't hate me. I'm right about everything. Just don't hate me for it.
I scared away Big Soda. Fuck.
Yeah, it's Indian truckers. They scare me. Y'all guys have a good night. When Ag comes back, tell him I told him to have a special night. A very special night. Because Ag's the coolest guy I know.
Ag is the coolest guy I know as well. So,
thanks. All right. Peace, guys.
Take care. All right, K2, I have to pee as well. K2, are you able to unmute and entertain my chat? Or are you always trucking
sure
now? Because I have to. My black.
Do you believe in love after love?
Actually, I don't want to miss that. No, I'll rewatch it on the VOD. Yeah, so you should sing that song. Or whatever you want, as long as it's not TOS. No windmill talk. Disavow.
Confluence, do you believe in love after love? I don't think we're strong enough now.
Confluence. No, I was listening, and then you guys were talking about World War II, and I love that topic. I'm sorry, I couldn't stay away. I tried. So I got a question. Why, when I'm hooked up to my Bluetooth now, my screen goes black and then tries to kick me off of the StreamYard? But when I have it in my truck, it stayed perfectly fine. Ever since my phone restarted on Emmett's screen, it's doing that now. Can anyone explain that? Can anyone explain that in the chat? I would like to know. I would. Sucks, I can't talk about windmills.
Oh my gosh, I walk away and Oxycat GPT is gonna join the panel? Holy
Who
shit.
the hell? Who's this?
You must have sang real good.
Idiot.
Good to see you, Oxy.
Good to see you.
Oxy, you never joined my panel. What was K2 singing that good? I mean, I was walking away and I heard the falsetto in the background from my headset, and I was like, it's pretty enticing.
I actually tried to join before the singing. It was a little bit of a deterrent.
Hey, whenever I sing, I'm back just in time. His viewer count go up.
That's true. I should just have K2 just singing. I should just pay him to sing, you know?
How's it going? I'm alright.
Oh,
how are
Confluence, you didn't get to see.
We'll take alright. That's good.
My Cecil photoshops.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, send those to me.
I actually like the tank you made for me because it had cat ears. That was pretty cool.
She's like,
I liked the detail. I mean, of course it was pink, so that was great already, but the cat ears just sent it over the top.
K2 is like going through like a series of tunnels, I think. You know, he's just like constantly dipping out.
He's going through Kansas. It's probably.
Yeah. She's like.
Oh, is he in Kansas?
No, I'm just joking, but I just drove to Kansas and I had no signal half the time.
Was he there? I'm so confused.
there you go, Confluence. I saw the message for you for asking where I was at.
Turn on your damn Starlink or something.
Yeah, get that Elon internet up, you know.
Me and my Starlink, we don't get along right now.
Oh my gosh.
Do I sound better?
It's him with the green burb.
What the fuck does that mean?
So, you know, Emmett's, you know, actually Green Burb exists now, right? His name is Conflucius. And he's a handsome boy. He is such a handsome boy. Yeah.
I thought you said something else.
Well, I said burb, but you know.
That's what I thought you said. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
Green bird gang's real. They both got do-rags. The bird has a green one. And I just photoshopped Cecil's face onto the guy from Napoleon Dynamite.
Because
with this black
girlfriend.
If you would put it on the screen, so well, it's almost Thanksgiving, so eggnog. See it.
Yeah, I'm waiting till after Thanksgiving for that one.
There we go. Is this working?
Yeah. Thanksgiving.
Can you see this K2 original? Is this showing?
K2 is definitely.
I cannot see it on
notorious
the
for nicknames. I don't see it either.
Oh wait, how? Wait, oh I have to wait. Hold up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry, my bad. There we go.
Stupid.
But Green Burb is real. I was watching Emmett's stream where he buys it. You guys should go back to Emmett's chat at some point and go into his streams if you haven't seen it. It's so cute where he goes and picks out Conflucius.
You got to put Emmett's face on that one.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he really cared which one, as long as it was green. He was like, just one of those.
But he picked. I just saw him and I was like, that's a good boy. Emmett should pick him. And then Emmett bought him a bunch of toys and food and stuff. And I was like, oh.
Why'd you say that gay?
It just makes me happy because it's like it's my boy. It's my boy.
He's all warm and fuzzy inside.
It's my burb. You know,
he's all gay inside.
In a normal way, guys. Always in a normal way.
It's your god bird. Are you gonna go visit him?
I will. It will happen. There will be an IRL Emmett Confluence.
Not in a gay way.
Yeah, not.
Are you gonna live stream it?
Way. Yeah. Well, Emmett said he's gonna once I visit him, he's gonna buy a mic, and then we're gonna dual stream together. So this will happen at some point.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Sounds like it's gonna be in a gay way.
It's not gonna be in a gay way, you know. And what happens off stream stays off stream. Okay.
I don't. Okay. No, that's.
I don't know.
That's not true.
In a normal way. Guys, it's a normal way.
Did you hear about the stream Emmett's gonna do? It's gonna be cool.
No.
Wait, is this the one? This isn't the one I'm supposed to be a part of, is it? Because I think I don't know.
No, not the love story one. Not the love story.
Because I don't think I think I committed to something that I shouldn't have committed to.
Yeah, I think so.
I would pull out of that debate still.
This stream K2, it might be something you can only listen to, but it's going to be kind of interactive, I reckon. Basically, he's going to follow along with like a painting, like Bob Ross style instructional video.
We're going to put a little happy bush right there. We're gonna put a little
hopefully,
happy bush.
But it's not actually Bob Ross. It's like it's an easier painting. I found it. And so we're all just going to like paint along with this tutorial, and then we're going to submit a picture of our painting. And I guess that'll be part of like maybe the following stream showing off our artwork. and then maybe we'll select a winner. I haven't talked to him about that, but maybe there'll be a winner.
That's a fun idea.
Who is this involving?
Yeah, but I would make my art inappropriate, so...
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, you couldn't show K2's art. It would be too windmill coded. You couldn't do it.
Well, it's like a...
How did you know I was thinking that?
I think it's a sunset over a lake, so I hate to see what K2
Yeah,
could do
but
with
I would put the sun and then put like a white windmill coming out of the sun.
I'm not sure what day it's going to be, Ag, but Emmett's going to do it, so we'll have to follow up with him.
Okay, cool.
But I'm hoping people participate, because I think it'd be pretty cool.
You know who would like that? Ooh, I'll DM them. Never mind. I'll DM them about that one.
Okay.
But I think I have to sadly disappoint Emmett for tomorrow. Because I think am I understanding the love thing he wants to do correctly, Oxy? Because he says he wants to do a love audit, and I agreed to it. But then I was going through it when I sobered up, and I was like, wait a minute. Because I think he wants he wants to personally go through my relationships or something, which I can't do that.
Yeah, basically an audit of all of your love.
I have at least 3 ex-girlfriends that know my YouTube channel and one that actively watches it. So I was thinking about this. I was like, there's no way I'll be murdered by women, by multiple women.
It would be hilarious if he did it and then shouted them out. Shout out Christina.
I mean, that's one of my for those who are deep into the lore, one of my ex-girlfriends is actually in one of my YouTube videos. So that's what I mean. She full face and everything. So I can't talk about the relation and have Emmett asking me probing questions about someone that I've put on stream before in a video. So
if somebody guesses it, are you actually going to admit to it?
Somebody no. It's the video is called. The video is called "Me and My Ex React to." It was a Jubilee. It's not a stream. It's a video. So yeah, it's we're very much The whole video is about how it's a Jubilee video about if exes can still be friends, and my ex-girlfriend is my best friend. So that's why we chose to. So she's on camera the whole time, and so it's so I can't give details about our relationship, obviously, if her face is out there and stuff, So I don't think I can do the. I don't want to disappoint Evan, but
you can sugarcoat that one a little bit. But she's just too perfect to be my girlfriend.
I want to know more. Your ex-girlfriend's your best friend? I got to know more.
Yeah, she's my best friend for we went to prom together. She's my first girlfriend, and
I thought you came out the closet, and that's why.
No, you have a boyfriend.
We've been. She's married. I'm friends with her. I've actually known her husband since junior high. We've been so
cool.
yeah, and me and her have been best friends for I don't know 13
Made
years
it sound
or
less
something.
Stuff.
So you sound like the cuck.
Yeah, I guess in some senses. I mean, I said this before. And actually, maybe this is why I should do the Emmett
Cuck
romance
fluids.
audit, so I could be helped, because I came to this realization on stream that I think I think I have 7 ex-girlfriends, and I think every single one of them are married right now, and I am single. So that has
to
be
married
something.
right after you guys broke up.
Hey, I got a new nickname
a couple
for
years
you.
later.
Confluence.
Okay.
Confluence. I got a nickname for you. Cuckfluence.
I don't like that.
Wait.
I like that. I don't like
All
that
of them.
name.
All of them got married a couple years later.
No, not all of them. No, not all of them. But they're all right now, as of this period in time. I think they're all married.
Still pretty.
And I'm I'm just single. I'm just
Well, you could use that as a marketing. You could tell women, hey, you should go out with me, because even if we don't work out,
that's my plan.
I have
exactly.
I have a 100.
You know what you got to do? You got to put that on the billboard. You got to put that on a billboard.
I mean,
and the chicks will be like, "Oh, he has billboard money."
I'm like the new Hinge. You date me to find your future husband. You know what I mean?
I don't think that's how Hinge worked.
100%. 100%. efficacy.
But at this rate, the chicks aren't the problem. Confluence is the problem.
I know.
That's what I was going to say.
That's what I'm thinking. Like common denominator. I'm trying to do some radical introspection. I'm like, all my exes are married, and I'm fucking alone. I'm like, you know what went wrong? So maybe Emmett could set me straight. You know, but
it was for a reason.
I know what went wrong. You went under the cuckfluence.
Well, you know, in your relationships, do you simp?
Kind of strikes me as like he might a little bit.
I'm a hopeless romantic. Okay, I will say that I'm a hopeless romantic.
Yes.
Do you ever stand your ground? Do you ever just tell a girl to shut the fuck up?
Oh yeah, too many times. Yeah, too many times. I can be a bit aggro sometimes. Oxy,
so this
confluence, shut the fuck up.
I'm not going to say this is part of the problem, but maybe the women that you're dating is part of the problem.
Yeah, it could be like a selection bias. They all are they are coded a certain way. They all are honestly. They all do have a lot of like similarities in common. I'm not gonna lie to you, or at least a lot of them do.
They're Libras or they're Leos.
No, they're all white women, all of them. Okay, that's not a choice. That's just how it happened. I'm not saying anything. It's just they're all white women.
I wasn't going to guess anything else than that.
I'm just saying what they have in common. Okay, and they all kind of have like certain like personality traits in common. Maybe I should do the Emmett thing, but I just know Emmett. Emmett's gonna probe me too much, and I'm gonna say too much, and then I'm gonna have like 3 women DMing me being like super mad at me.
Or they could be DMing you and being super happy with you.
I think that could be a cool concept for you to like compare and contrast the people you've dated.
I want to.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's why I agreed to it, because I do want to do it, but then I'm thinking like if I say anything that's like, you know what I mean, like too much in detail, right, about like my personal life and stuff that affects other people or what, then it's like I'm gonna get like. Then that's
serious
not
question.
good.
Just set a boundary. Emmett won't cross it. Just set a boundary.
Yeah, if I tell Emmett ahead of time, the problem is
I would ask all the hard-hitting super chat questions.
Yeah, that's a thing, and I'd have to probably do it fully sober, because if I'm like drinking it all, then I'm gonna say like too much. I already get shit from one ex. I already get shit.
Well,
and I don't even say much, but I get enough shit.
Here's part of the problem: don't drink when you do this one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I probably have to do it. I probably have to do it sober, you know.
Or drink more.
Or like
it's either
like radically honest.
Well, no, serious question. So, have you ever talked to any of your exes, like, you know, after the fact, years later, you're still friends with them, all that good stuff, and been
what did I do wrong?
Yeah, what was it that I could have done better? Well, you know, what could I have done better, or what did I do wrong?
Well, I've only been broken up with once. One and a half
like
times.
He broke up with.
Wait, what is that?
He broke up with them, except for the one time.
Oh,
he was trying to find himself.
Yeah.
Were you in a journey?
Well, there was
journey.
There were some that are like ambiguous. Like there's somewhere there was like, as an example, and this is one that doesn't know my YouTube, so I can say this, where she didn't like something about like my spiritual beliefs, and she's like, you either get rid of this or you get rid of me. And I was like dating her for like 2 months. She was really hot,
dog or me.
But I was like, no, I'm not. I was like, I'm not gonna, you know, do an ultimatum. And then so I said, absolutely not. And then so we broke up. So I don't know if that's...
Was she like pro more religious or like con?
No, she was like, yeah, no, she was like more conservative or more like fundy, like, but she was like more fundy than all of us. Like I'm just, to be real. Like, so
I don't know.
So I can be a little like, you know, Maryland coded in some of my religiosity, but like,
stop saying coded.
But this girl was like, she was like watching like some like fundy YouTubers that were like flat earthers and stuff. Like she was like at the firmament and like the 4 corners of the earth, and that, like, you know, the space isn't real. And so she was like, you see it. She was like, yeah, she was a bit
if you drink
crazy.
A white monster, you can find Agartha.
So she believed in conspiracy theories.
Yeah, so she was like incredibly Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I like conspiracy theories.
I mean, I do too.
But
I
do
mean,
you believe them? I mean,
I
it's
didn't.
okay to like them, but do
I
you
didn't.
believe them?
I didn't break up with her for that. She said that I had to drop aspects of my spiritual stuff, and like she gave me. I was fine with her. I was like, okay, that's fine. You can believe in this crazy shit. I was fine with it, but she gave me an ultimatum. And this is to your point, Kat. I didn't directly tell her to shut the fuck up, but yeah, I did stand my ground, and I was like,
That's the problem.
no. And she was honestly, she was like super hot, like for real. So it was a hard decision, but it was like, yeah, I'm not gonna
shut the fuck up.
I will look. I'll toss a lot because I am again hopeless romantic. I'll toss a lot aside for the right woman, but spiritual stuff that's like that. I can't live with myself. That's. So yeah, so that's how I lost one of them. So that's kind of like, I don't know who broke up with who, right? Like if I would have said, yes, I'll get rid of this aspect, then we would have still been together. So I don't know if that's, I guess that
would
is
have been miserable. Then
right. So is that her breaking up with me? On. I don't know.
A choice was made, like an ultimatum was there, a choice was made. So I'd say it was probably a mutual because
right. That's why I'm thinking it's like.
Well, hold on. To be fair, she was probably like, Confluence, stop being gay. He's like, no, I can't.
And I was like, no, that's a fundamental part of who I am, but in a normal way. And none of the women, they never accept that line. They never do. No, but I think all the rest have been me ending things, except for one. The most tragic one, which I don't know if I can go into that with Emmett. I just it's too real. It's too real.
Just be honest with him. Tell him, well, there's one I don't want to talk about. Pretty tragic.
Or
that would be more of maybe a
He's not going to bring it up if he doesn't know about it.
I know,
private conversation.
Yeah. I think I'll have to talk to him because I just know Emmett. Emmett gets me talking. He's gonna be like, Confluence, how many relationships have you been in? And I'll just be like, oh, this many, and then he'll go through them one by one, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, I was supposed to talk about this one. I'm gonna get fucked.
Is he like interviewing you? I'm confused. Like, what is it?
I think I'm not really sure.
What are we talking about happening here? Have you seen the guy's show that does like financial audit where he goes through all of your financials and tells you where you fucked up and stuff?
Like Dave Ramsey or whatever that guy's
name? No, his name's Caleb.
Yeah,
like
no, I've seen that. Okay, I've seen that. So that's what this is based on.
That's,
oh my god.
That's the idea. This is a relationship audit.
Yeah, see, so this is like, this will be very personal, I'm assuming.
Yeah, you have fun with that.
Yeah, so I'd have to.
You can't like really go into that not expecting to talk about some of this stuff. So
I know,
you might want to get mentally prepared.
Right. And it's like the way I'm talking now is fine. Like the stuff I've shared now, I'm fine with. But like, yeah, there's just like, but you're also not going one by one. If you're like, well, how did the first relationship start and how exactly did it end and what were the fights about? And then it's like, that's a little real,
Well, yeah, but Emmett's cool. Emmett's cool. If you're like, relationship number 4 is off limits, then you guys can kind of just gloss over relationship 4.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping. It's supposed to be. I think it's tomorrow, so I'm like woefully unprepared. Michelle says red flags aplenty. Is that about me, Michelle?
Is this so tomorrow on Emmett? When
you have a lot
I don't know what time.
flags.
Emmett just said Wednesday. This was yesterday. He's like, Confluence, will you do a love audit Wednesday? And I was just like, sure, I'll do it. And then so I think he means tomorrow, Wednesday, and I don't know what time exactly, but
okay.
But
well, I'll keep an eye out.
I gotta work Wednesday night and the Thanksgiving.
I would definitely just not drink for that one.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good.
Now
it's one of those. It's like that's
if I could get work Thanksgiving
or like maybe limit
Black
yourself.
Friday.
You're more brave. You're more brave than I am, Confluence. Because if he would ask me, like,
you gotta work Thanksgiving.
Oxy, I just think I'm stupider.
No, I signed up for extra work. If I get that, I get double time, and then Black Friday, I get double time.
Oh no shit! Cool. That's way better than spending money.
Well, for who I work for, they work. Some of the delivery people work on Christmas, so we don't get that as holiday pay.
Damn.
Or Christmas Eve. Or whatever.
See, I don't think that should be allowed. I think if you work holidays or even like, like Christmas Eve, even, you should get holiday pay. That's bullshit.
No, well, that's why they give it to us on Black Friday. It's all negotiable in our union contract.
Well, I mean, if you can negotiate it, that's cool too. I should add that.
That's why I pay my union dues.
In Canada, we have something called Boxing Day. You guys ever heard of that?
Yeah, it's lame. It's just lame.
Wait, you all has everyone?
Yeah,
no,
I hear about it. You know why I hear about it?
It's not.
It's your black version of Black Friday.
It's not. No, we have our own version of Thanksgiving. That happened like a month ago.
Okay.
We we do a
pre-Thanksgiving.
Okay.
No, Boxing Day is the day after Christmas, and it is a federal holiday in Canada. It's the day after. For some reason, Christmas Eve not as special. I don't know why. I don't even really know.
Boxing Day.
I'm not entirely sure. It might be
like their Black
boxing
Friday.
up
They
the
got
gifts,
super
maybe.
sales.
Yeah, we have a lot of sales, but I don't know. That's the only thing I can think. Like I'm just going off.
Google
the
it
dome,
really
but...
quick. Just Google it. Read the definition.
Sales with 25% additional tariffs, motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Me when I actually can I complain about tariffs for a second? Do you know I can't buy a bottle of Jack in Canada? Do you know that? Have I complained about that?
Yeah.
Do you know you can't buy a bottle of Jack where bottles of Jack?
It originated as a day to donate gifts, I guess the gifts that you didn't want, to those in need. So I guess you were boxing up your gifts and donating to those in need.
Dry county. Don't you see the conundrum in that? Never mind. I'll shut up.
Part of Festivus.
Yeah, I guess it kind of is, because you're taking all the shit gifts from people you didn't like, and then you're boxing them up and giving them to the poors.
Do you know Festivus?
Yeah, from Seinfeld.
Yeah, okay. I was like, did no one get that? Feats of strength, the Festivus pole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's kind of like, honestly, that's kind of like my Christmas every year, really, just like naturally, without trying at my family's place, it's just how it goes. So,
My brother did once throw me through a glass cabinet at Christmas, so.
Okay, that's crazy. Do you still talk to him?
Well, yeah, no, we were kids. Like, he always tried, like, to do, like, the wrestling, like, WWE or whatever it was at that time moves, and just, like, threw me through this cabinet and broke the glass. It was crazy.
Okay, that makes it. I was imagining you're both like 25, and he just like fucking bodies you through glass.
And his name is John Cena.
Well, I mean, we weren't super young. Like, I was 12 and he was 16. Like, he should not have been doing that.
Oh,
but
he should have known better. He should have known better.
You know what? You know what should have been played during that? And his name is John Cena.
Oh my god. I actually know the guy who trained John Cena.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a local dude.
I feel like too many people have like weird celebrity connections. So you have the John Cena thing, and then Marilyn always talks about her grandpa being like that pornographer. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, the guy who made Hustler magazine.
Yeah, and I'm like, how?
My mom dated Steven Tyler in middle school.
See, what the fuck? Why? Where's my celebrity connection?
I got a yearbook with him in it too. It's
that's
hilarious.
crazy. That's crazy.
Also, Tim McGraw is my neighbor in like where I'm building my new house.
Like the country guy?
Yeah.
What other Tim McGraw?
I don't know. I mean, maybe just a random guy named like Tim whose last name is McGraw.
Why would I flex that?
like one of my ex-girlfriends was Shania Twain, but like not the Shania Twain, just like a totally unrelated Shania Twain, so
right.
Well, to make you feel better, I don't have any celebrity connections.
Well,
okay,
we'll learn about Miss
Yeah, but you're K2, you are
on the audit.
Oh.
Actually, K2 is my celebrity connection in a way, if you think about it, right? Because I'm friends with K2, so I can tell people that, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm nobody
Or
famous.
the alternative is I could tell people, I know someone whose grandpa was associated with Hustler magazine. I talked to someone online whose grandpa was a pornographer. That's the other thing I could punt to. One of the two.
Well, I mean, that's a weird flex, but it's something.
It's better than nothing.
That's a little sus.
Actually, if I combine all of them, if I combine Ag's mom's connection and I combine the Tim McGraw thing, right, and I combine the Meryl and I put them all together, I kind of have a story. You know, I have like at least like a half a story.
Don't forget John Cena.
Yeah, John Cena. Yeah, I'll tie him.
And his name is John Cena.
The guy who trained him was Joey Morton was his name. That was his fighter name or wrestler name. Joey Morton.
I've met Grady Judd. You know who Grady Judd is, right?
I don't know who that is.
What? You know that sheriff you guys see on the on the clips where he's like, "We shot him graveyard dead." Like, look up Grady Judd, man. Like, the reporter was like, "So we have reports that you shot the suspect 57 times. Why?" Because we ran out of bullets. That shit's so funny, dude.
So
Grady
like
Judd.
the law enforcement officer.
Yes.
In
Yes,
Polk County, Florida.
Yes, that's him.
Okay.
That's him.
Oh, okay. I do think I know who this is.
Yeah, you got you've seen him. Trust me.
I got a
Guy's
cowboy
fucking
in this
hilarious,
alley.
I think this is the problem with being in Canada. There's not as many celebrities in Canada.
What are you talking about? You got Ryan Reynolds and then Nickelback.
Wait, is Ryan Reynolds Canadian?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Oh, I met the guys from Shinedown.
You've got Robin Sparkles.
I don't know. You guys are all saying things I don't know. I don't know any of these.
Well,
He's not really Canadian, guys. Remember?
How I Met Your Mother.
I only know that gay guy.
Barney.
Neil Patrick.
Yeah. Okay.
Fitzgerald,
Well,
I can't remember his name.
No, Patrick Harris.
Yes.
Yes. But so Robin Sparkles.
That guy's gay too, right? Must be. You don't get the last name of Sparkles for no reason, right?
No, Robin Sparkles is a girl.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. So
Robin's one of those like not ambidextrous. What's the word I'm looking for?
Androgynous.
Yeah, but they're like about clothing where
unisex.
Unisex. Yeah. Thank you, Ag. Unisex. That's what I was going for.
What did you say?
Sorry.
We had ambidextrous and then we had androgynous. At least makes sense. Ambidextrous really does not make sense.
Yes, I won't be doing that. Dolly doesn't want to cooperate.
Well, doesn't androgynous just mean like not related to one sex or the other?
Yeah, I mean it comes from the
asexual?
It comes from the Greek andro meaning man and gyno meaning vagina. Just kidding, meaning woman.
So I think my word makes sense.
I'm saying yours does. I'm saying mine doesn't. But actually, ambidextrous doesn't make sense either because dextro means right, and ambi means both. So ambidextrous means you're right-handed in both of your hands, which is like a weird, that's a weird like etymology. It's like you don't use both hands. You're just both of your hands are right hands, which is crazy.
Well, I thought dexterous was like relating to like your hands in general.
Dexterous, it's related to dexterity. But the if you look like what dextrose actually means is right. Like it means like right, like in the same way that like orthodox means like right teaching, and orthogonal means like right.
No, dexterous means showing or having skill, especially with the hands.
No, that's but the etymology of it is what I'm saying. So if we look up like etymology of dexterous, it says dexter on the right, and then us meaning ous is like the suffix.
Because most people were right-handed.
Right. So that's what I mean. So with ambidextrous, it's like instead of like having a different word, they're like, oh, you're just right-handed, but on both hands, which is like a weird.
Most people when they play hockey are left-handed.
That makes sense because like when we're doing like medication directions, like OD and OS mean like right eye and like left eye.
Oh yeah, I've seen on my prescriptions for like glasses and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they stand for though.
Well, OD means Oculus Dexter, which is right, and OS is Oculus Sinister, which is left.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, sinister. Yeah, means left-handed, which is crazy because it also means evil, which is, I guess, you know, they didn't like left-handed people back in the day. Okay, they did not like them.
Most people shoot left-handed when they play hockey.
BRB.
Them's the devil people.
Right-handers are rare.
I didn't know that. In hockey, I feel like I should know that. Being, you know, I don't want to say coded again, but being Canadian coded, you know. Not Canadian. Just want to say that. But I still should know that. But I don't like hockey. K2, you like hockey more than I do, which is crazy because you don't even...
I like hockey.
You both probably... I guess you both like hockey. I mean, if I had to watch a sport, it would be hockey, but... I don't like... You know, unless it's chess... Does chess count as a sport? I like watching chess. Does that count?
I think it is actually... No, it is recognized by the Olympic Federation. Chess is.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I am into sports. Okay, there we go. I can say that to all the alpha males that try to, you know, nag me. I can be like, no, I do play sports. I'm just not going to tell you which one, but I play a sport, you know. I play it ambidextrously, too. You know what I mean? So, extra skilled.
There you go.
Do you know me and Ag once played chess on stream? Crazy deep conflu lore right there. You know.
Yeah, he never asked me to play. That's
okay, dude, do you play chess?
I played. I just never had anyone to play with after high school.
Oh well, K2. I mean, then
K2. I never learned.
Wait, what, Oxy?
I never learned. I don't play chess. I've never learned.
You've never? So when I hear that, that's crazy. I feel like chess. I just. Like, no one taught me. I just, like, I remember being, like, a baby, and I just, like, intuitively knew the rules of chess. Like, it's not something you have to be taught. It's just something you just kind of, like, feel out, you know?
Well,
like,
I was always, like,
just
kind of intimidated by chess, because I heard that it was, like, a pretty difficult game. So I was a little bit intimidated by it and just never tried it.
Oh, no. Chess is... It's one of those like things where people say easy to learn, hard to master. You know, the rules are very easy. You know, it's hard to master it. But that goes with like probably most games. You know, K2, you and me, we have to play some chess sometime, brother. You and me.
Well,
anytime you're like
Thursday.
Anytime you're not trucking, because you probably can't like chess and truck at the same time. And I feel like you're always trucking. It's kind of in your name if you think about it.
Monday through Friday.
Yeah,
well,
that's the problem.
Well, it's our busy time, so maybe one more day. OT.
K2, we could even do a stream where we teach Oxycat the fundamental skill of chess, which will be so useful in her day-to-day life. Like you would be shocked at how many areas of life chess maps onto like anything you've ever done in your life. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, I know chess, so I know how to like change my oil, for example. You know, I know how to fix a flat tire. I know how to unclog a toilet. Like, you'd be shocked at the various directions that chess abilities will translate to. It's a very versatile skill to know.
All right, well, I can do it.
There we go. That's the can-do attitude that I expect from you, Oxy.
I know. It's just how I roll.
Oxy, are you public about what state you're in?
I'm in West Virginia.
West Virginia. Okay.
Well, most of the time I'm in West Virginia, but the house I'm building's in Tennessee.
Am I having a fever dream, or did you say you're getting property in Newfoundland?
I am considering a cabin on the coast in Newfoundland.
Like on like Labrador or on like Newfoundland?
Newfoundland.
Or okay.
Newfoundland.
Okay, why, I guess?
Because I love it there.
And so you've been?
Oh, I've been a lot.
Like to all like different parts of Canada, or specifically Newfoundland? That's a weird place to go to.
Well, I go hunting there.
Are you?
And I have friends there.
Are you hunting like the native Newfoundlanders, or like
moose and caribou?
Oh, I didn't even know there were animals on. You know, I thought it's like kind of like islands. You know, I've only been once.
No,
you know, and I just saw people.
I should do a stream and like show some of my pictures from my travels. Like, it's really cool.
I did see whales. Actually, the only time in my life I've seen whales was in Newfoundland. So I will say that.
I saw icebergs as well.
Oh, see, I didn't go that.
I'm back.
They travel down during. Yeah, well, they travel down during iceberg season and then go back up north.
Have you been to St. John's?
Yes.
Okay, I do love that city. I do love that city. I think it's very nice.
St. John's used to have an ECHL team, but they folded.
Is that like a weird sub hockey of NHL or what?
It's 2 steps down from the NHL.
So like not even a farm team, like below a farm?
No, it's a farm team. It's below a farm team, but they still have NHL affiliates because they send overflow. Usually it's the goalies, but
I have
like say Toledo signed with Grand Rapids, so Grand Rapids sends their players down there with the contract. So that whatever 2-way contract. Confusing.
Oxy, what other parts of Canada have you been to? I'm curious how close you've gotten to.
Well, of course.
To me.
Toronto, of course. Of course.
Boo.
Toronto.
Boo, Toronto. Boo.
And then, yeah, I hated it.
Terrible. Yeah.
And I got stuck there because my flight got canceled and there wasn't another flight for like 2 days, so I got stuck in Toronto.
Terrible place to be stuck.
And then the Canadian side of Niagara Falls, which is actually better than the American side. And then Saskatchewan.
Wait, why? Wait, in what world would you go to Saskatchewan? That's a crazy place to go.
Just to visit friends.
Like what part? Like, do you remember the city? Like Regina, like Saskatoon? Like, do you remember where you went?
Near Regina.
Okay.
I've been to Nova Scotia. I've been to Montreal, and that's it.
Wow. So you started east, and then you skipped my province. Almost intentionally, it seems like. And you went from Ontario to Saskatchewan for some fucking reason. And then, you know, what the hell?
I go a lot of places. I go a lot of places. I need to renew my passport. It's expired.
Yeah, mine too. That's just one more reason it's going to be hard to get back, you know. Apparently you have to like keep that up to date or something, you know. I never pay attention until it. Well,
it's every 10 years, and mine expired last December. I need to get it.
Our passport offices are terrible here. I don't know if that's a universal thing, but they take like so long. It's such an arduous task. It's terrible.
Ours takes kind of a long time. But if it's an emergent situation, there are a few offices across the country that you can make an appointment and get a same-day passport.
Oh yeah, that's okay. That's better than that. So you can pay here to get it expedited, and then it's like within like 21 days or something instead of like the normal like 3 months. But yeah, there's no way to get same day here.
I don't know how difficult it is to get those appointments, and I know that there's very few offices. Like the closest one to me would be DC, so I'd have to go to DC to have it done.
Oh, okay. So well, yeah, maybe in Canada land. Maybe if I flew to like Ottawa or something, maybe I could do the same thing. I'm not sure.
I think the typical turnaround is 6 weeks. So.
Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much the same here. Yeah. K2, do you with your trucking, do you end up in Canada ever? I feel like I've asked this before.
I drop off a load in Detroit for a Canadian driver, so we don't have to drive there.
Disappointing. K2, you're my path to Emmett. That's the plan. You're supposed to pick me up.
Actually, I am not, because you would have to go east and then to the Ambassador Bridge.
Yeah, I will do that, and then you got to take me to Ohio. Wait, no, not Ohio. Utah. That's what I meant to say.
Utah.
I don't go to Utah.
Not Ohio.
I don't go to Utah. I only go there sometimes.
Utah are like very far apart.
Whenever the guy's on vacation, I fill in, except for during peak because they like contractors better than us.
So you're saying there's a chance you're going. So the stars could align, K2, where maybe you're going.
The stars could align.
Detroit to Utah.
Oh, that way? No.
Wait, from what? Then I thought you said you go to Detroit.
I do.
He does.
Just not on a sleeper run.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, this would be complicated.
So I'm assuming that his sleeper runs are like long distance things, and Detroit's not that long distance for him where he's at.
Correct.
How far away is Detroit from Utah? That's a long way, right?
Yeah.
About a day.
So K2, we'd be trucking for a hot minute, okay? We'd be trucking for a while.
I swear the longest state to get across is Wyoming. That state never ends.
Nebraska.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nebraska. I traveled through Nebraska once, and it felt like it just went on and on and on and on, and there's like nothing there.
That's how I felt about Wyoming. I was just like, Lord.
The only thing of interest that I found in Nebraska was like Indian reservation casinos. That's like the only thing.
Yeah.
Which was a fun time, but and a bit of a culture shock because in Canada, in the whole country, you can't smoke inside. And I think that's broadly true of America, I think. At least when I lived in America. But when you go to Indian reservations, then you can smoke inside. And it's like there's like rooms full of smoke. And it's strange. Because in Canada, you used to be able to smoke in places. But like that hasn't been the case for a long time. K2.
Yeah.
Are you a vapor? Are you a char? No. You must use some form of nicotine.
No.
You don't use anything?
Nope.
I literally can't even conceive of that. I can't conceive
I tried to
of a world.
A cigarette one time when I was 13, and I nearly died.
Do you Oxy, you feel like you're like vape coated. Do you not vape either?
Yep, one day.
Mm-mm. Never have.
Really? Wow. Crazy.
The drive would literally be 24 hours on Google.
From Detroit to Utah?
Detroit.
So it would be a full day. It would be a full day.
But to Emmett, I'm like less than 8 hours.
Wait, don't you live in Florida?
No, well, I have a house in Florida and I have a house in Colorado.
In Colorado, right, yeah.
Okay. I've been at my Colorado house. I'm here about half the year.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that's a lot closer. Okay.
Yeah, I got to make a visit to Emmett, man. I told him a long time ago I would.
Imagine if we all planned like a shindig at Emmett's place, It's
Actually,
like,
hold on.
It's DebateCon 2.0,
Hold on.
You'd have to name it something different,
K2 picks us all up, okay? It's called
I just
Con. That's a good name.
That's not a good game. Sounds like you're trying to con people.
Hold
like
on.
Con squared in honor of K2.
Hold on, I just picked out my vacations.
Convention.
The week ending February 21st. The week ending July 25th. The week ending August 29th. And then October 31st, week ending. And then my last vacation, I split up into single vacation days.
Halloween party at Emmett's place? Doing a stream?
Agra Emmett K2 Fluence Con.
Yeah, it rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, so easy.
I'll watch the stream, guys. I'll just watch the stream.
In my perfect world, K2 is just trucking around the whole country, and he goes to like Florida, and he picks up Maryland, and
he's going in big circles.
And he gets all of us, and then he just then we all convene into the
I am not riding in that truck. I am not riding that truck. with all those people.
How many people can fit in your cab, K2?
I can
One.
fly
I'm in
there.
a day cab.
I'll fly.
Can we go in the back? Like
There is no back. It's a day cab.
Aren't you trucking something? I don't understand. Apparently, I don't understand how trucking works. Aren't you like pulling something?
Not
you
right
don't
now.
go in the trailer.
But you could though.
Unless
unless
you're an illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like riding in the back of a freaking camp, or not a camp. Yeah, a camper when you're pulling it with a truck.
Yeah,
it's not. You don't do that.
But you could do it.
It's dangerously.
I mean, who among us hasn't ridden in the back of a pickup truck, right? That's probably not legal either. But I've done that, right? Like,
those were the
You
good
just
old
rent an RV. Rent an RV. K2 can drive that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because K2, if you're licensed to drive a truck, you could drive.
So K2's renting an RV, and he's gonna come and pick us up. All right, cool.
For Halloween next year.
We got a plan already going.
Yeah, we're already. This is the first stages. Okay, this is how it all begins. This is how every good
K2 can definitely drive it
begins.
because he's got that license to drive big stuff.
That's what I'm saying. He could get a bus and he could drive us, right? Like, if he can drive
a
short
way station and make it slower.
A really big short bus for us.
Be fitting, yeah.
Gold plated.
Have ConCon 2026 on the side.
Yeah, everyone put that in your calendars.
Convention.
ConCon 2026 will be real.
You better tell Emmett about it.
Yeah, well, Emmett's gonna be down. He'll be down for sure.
We just all show up at Emmett's without telling him.
We don't tell him. It'll be a surprise.
We're planning it for a whole year.
Hey Emmett, what's up? We're
We'll
here.
just pull up in K2's bus.
What's for dinner? Parakeet.
You didn't know about us coming?
Plan it with his mom, so she's like in on it.
You know
she's
what?
already cooked us meals, and Emmett's like, "Why are you cooking so much food?" And then,
See,
Hold on.
I've talked to
Hold
Emmett's
on.
mom multiple times, so I actually could pull this off. Okay, I could pull this off.
Hold on.
fucking
Hold on.
lies.
You need Mister, and then we can team drive.
Yeah.
Mister will have no part in that.
He might.
Yeah, you're probably.
But no, for real. Me and I've actually talked to Emmett's mom. Like, legit. That's not a joke.
You're full of shit.
No, I'm not. I'm not joking. I'm not. Yeah, multiple times I've talked to Emmett's mom. I'm not fucking with you.
Does Emmett's mom got it going on?
No, I'm not. This isn't like a mom joke. This is like it's not in a gay way. It's in a normal way.
What the fuck would it be in a gay way with? It's a female, anyways, to start with.
Emmett's mom is very nice. When I first talked to her, I tried to speak Spanish to her because I didn't know if she could. Like, I didn't know. So I thought I would try to approach her, but I can't speak Spanish. So and then she just started talking English. I was like, okay, that makes more sense.
Confluence is already besties with them. We can just show up at his house. It's all good.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't think we have to ask or really even tell him.
You've already met his mom. It's
I want to get big green vinyl bird decals for the bus.
Yes,
I agree. Okay,
with sombreros.
The plan, we all show up in like full ponchos, sombreros.
Springboard game.
And bottles of tequila.
Yeah.
Make sure it has the worm on the bottom.
We can give the worm to the bird.
Yes.
What?
See, it's all coming together.
Listen to you, Kat, coming up with all these good ideas.
It's all coming together. It all fits, right?
Just let Emmett know that Kat came up with a huge plan for all of us.
Women take care of micro.
Kat has all the details.
Take care of micro details. Men take care of macro details.
Oh, see, I was insinuating you would just tell him everything and make it happen, and we just show up.
Oh,
you got his ear. Come on.
I feel like we're doing the gender stuff. I came up with the insane macro idea, right, of ConCon 2026, right? And then Oxycat then micromanages how that actually is going to happen in any conceivable, realistic way. So
I think it's a good idea, but I think you should let one of us plan it over you, so it'd be great.
I
agree.
Like,
I should not be
Con though. We got to change that name.
No, Con is stuck now. It's in our heads.
No, it's in your head.
I nominate a different woman because I'm not really good at planning things, like contrary to like how women normally are. I don't plan vacations. I don't plan trips. I just go and figure it out when I get there. I'm not a planner.
Okay,
you don't operate that way at
Thumping
work, right?
Weevil. Where does Thumping lives in Florida, so we can pick Marilyn and Thumping and Frankie up probably at the same time, I guess. So that kind of, and then so we just get Thumping to plan everything.
We'll fly Frankie in.
Just for
kidding.
Not Topanga.
Fly Topanga in. We'll drive. I don't know shit. I was just trying to make a joke, but it wasn't funny. All right, never mind.
So you guys probably. I think he's more south in Florida.
We'll fly K2 and then. Oh wait.
He's gonna drive.
We'll fly K2 into Canada, and then he'll drive from Canada.
Yes.
Yeah, if I fly K2
all the way to Florida,
will let me in.
Then me and K2 can be trucking to Florida. Yeah, K2 wouldn't get past the border. Yeah.
I'm a denier in Canada's eyes.
Yeah,
all right, we'll smuggle K2 over the border. Then he can drive.
And then K2 can smuggle me back because my passport's expired. So we'll smuggle him in, and then K2 will smuggle me back into my own country. This is all coming together. It's all coming together.
K2 would be absolutely miserable at the Toronto airport. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. He would be miserable. Because I was, and I'm not. Half as racist.
Could you imagine Emmett at on a layover for 6 hours?
He'd be miserable.
All I know is they were getting awfully handsy with my rifle in the airport. I was like, I don't like that. Don't like that.
I'm a certain denier in Canada, and I heard that's illegal. So
I'm more concerned about why Oxycat had a rifle in an airport. Can you fly?
I always travel with firearms.
I guess they have to be in like checked luggage, probably.
Not in Toronto though. That's not happening.
Yeah, I did it.
Really?
When?
A few times. Yeah.
Was this before their? Was this before their firearms ban?
Well, it's only a handgun ban. It's not. Rifles. You can still own rifles in Canada.
With how many rounds?
I can't remember. The first time I flew to Toronto with a firearm was 2019.
What kind of firearm? How many rounds?
It was a rifle.
Hey,
right. How many rounds? 1, 2.
No, we can own
5.
It's pretty most rifles, most like normal rifles. I think this is the first stream I had. We talked about Canada firearms, if I recall. I think that one is still live. That's one of the few ones I don't think I had to nuke. I think that one's still on my channel. The 99% of my streams get nuked, so
I can't remember which rifle I took, but it was either 3 or 5.
It's not because of rifle. I just want to point that out.
But more or less, the big issue is how you store your ammo.
Yeah.
Because I actually had a friend get arrested when we were in Africa because his ammo was not stored correctly.
I just want to say something. The more I drive, the more racist I get.
I can believe that. That is not hard to believe, actually.
But it just so happens that his bail was the exact amount of cash that he had on him.
Wait.
Because they went through his
what a crazy coincidence, eh? I love those despot countries with the wild coincidences that happen like that. It's serendipitous. It all works out.
He had $10,000 cash on him. That was what his bond was.
He's such a lucky guy. That's crazy, you know? Okay, well, I have to go to bed right now. Otherwise, I'm going to pull a grid and turn into a pumpkin. No, I actually have to be up super early. So thank you all for stopping by. And again, Make ConCon 2026 real. Okay. Again, I'll set up a website. We'll make it happen. Okay. Yeah, we'll make a massive goal. This will be a massive crowdfunding operation. And so, yeah, Halloween of 2026, ConCon is happening. Okay. Thank you all for stopping by.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, but no one tell Emmett. This is the secret. This is a secret. Okay.
All right. Well,
okay.
Bye.
Thanks.
God
See
bless
y'all.
all of you. Take care.